Hello and welcome to our virtual exhibition and trade fair ExpoVirtual GreenTech for Latin America. My name is Ferdinand Elsäßer from the company energiewaechter. We are the organizer of this week's event and I welcome you to our conference program, and I'm looking forward to see very much interesting presentations, knowledge exchange and insights into the energy markets from Germany and Latin America. We are glad that you switched in our program, and we want to keep you updated for the whole 3 days of our virtual conference with interesting presentations of our speakers regarding different topics. Well, today we will start with the topic green hydrogen and green tech in the industry as well. And I'm very glad that, well, we could do this right now due to the circumstances of Corona, that we at least have set up this virtual exhibition right now, and we really want to enhance the knowledge exchange between Germany, Europe, and of course your countries in Latin America and in the Caribbean. So before we get started, I just want to, of course, make some advertising for our virtual trade fair. You have probably already received the mails from us with the link to the expo. It's www.expovirtual-greentech.com, and you can register there for free, and you can find more information about our participating companies, participating institutions, and you can of course also get in direct contact with our exhibitors, as we have set up an individual video and audio chat platform for B2B matchmaking, or B2B meetings. So I'm very glad that you all have the interest in this event. And so before we get started with our real conference program with the first topic on green hydrogen in Germany and Latin America, I would like to give the word to Mr. Max Correa. He's the head of the Fuels and New Energy Division in the Ministry for Energy in Chile. Hello, Max.
Hello, Ferdinand. Thanks for having us, for the invitation. If I may, I had a presentation to share, but it says that I had to be...
No, sure, please, sorry. Go ahead, Max. Now you can share your presentation.
Just 1 second.
Yes.
Have patience, because we use Teams here at the Ministry of Energy. We don't use
Zoom. Yes. Zoom. Yeah, well, we have set up this event series in Zoom because of the translator function, so that our participants will always be able to fully understand you guys.
Let me see.
So we can see your desktop right now. Yes.
Yes, you're seeing my desktop. So
yeah, there it is.
Can you see the screen?
Yes. So please take over.
Okay. So thank you very much again. Sorry for being late a couple of minutes. I'm gonna briefly present our green hydrogen strategy from the government of Chile that was launched last year. From November last year, we've been implementing the strategy in several different fronts: regulation, financing, human capital, local demand, off-takers from abroad, and many others, certifications. So because for Chile, it's a mission-oriented policy. We believe that it will help us not only achieve our carbon neutrality goals, but also contribute to other countries to meet theirs. And also it represents a huge economic opportunity for the country. It will make our economy more dynamic and create hundreds of thousands of jobs by the year 2050. So I brought a few slides. First of all, basically what is more important and why we believe the hydrogen strategy, which is an industry on the build-up, it will be born and grow in a good manner here in the country. First of all, because Chile has always been in the top positions on the rankings of places or regions to invest in renewable energy. We always rank first, second, and third. And that is basically because we have stable regulation, stable long-term policies on the energy sector, but also because of the huge potential that we have for clean electricity generation. On the right side of the slide, there you can see an evidence of that. On the auction to provide electricity to regulated customers that was launched less than a month ago, we received only offers of renewable generation 24/7, and we reached prices of, we broke record receiving offers for solar PV at $13.13 per megawatt and 34 in concentrated solar power. The auction was awarded at an average of 24, but I wanted to show how drastically have reduced the cost of producing electricity here in the country and turning renewables totally competitive with coal power plants. And not only new coal power plants, but also existing ones, right? So it's producing clean electricity in Chile is cheaper than import coal to the existing facilities, which is a great news for us. Obviously, we have challenges on transmissions, on storage, but we believe that in the coming years, we will be able to promote the renewables even further. So I'm sorry, it's a PDF, sorry. So I already mentioned it, why is so important the hydrogen economy for us. And I wanted to show this slide, which is how important is hydrogen, clean hydrogen, in our carbon neutrality plan for the year 2050. It represents about 21%, could be even more, of our carbon reductions. And that goes very much in line with the carbon neutrality goals of different areas. The important thing is here that we will be able to produce the hydrogen locally here and with totally guarantee of very low carbon footprint.
Excuse me, Max, could you try to go into the full screen mode, maybe?
Let me see.
Control
L. So if you hit Control L on your keyboard, it should go into full screen. Well, in Adobe programs.
It didn't work.
Okay. Well, it doesn't bother. Doesn't bother. You can keep on with your presentation. Maybe this could also.
Let me.
Yeah.
What about? Can you see it full screen
yes.
now?
Yeah.
Okay. So, as I said before, our strategy is anchored on the potential that we have, right? The resources in Chile, it's not only good in quality, The capacity factors in the country on PV are over 34, 35% in solar PV. And down in the Magallanes, in the Patagonia, the wind capacity factor onshore, it's about 70%, which is way better than the best areas of the North Seas, for example, where the industry has grown. So it's not only quality, but it's also abundance. As I said, we have measured with the help of GIZ the potential that we have in the country, and it's at least 80 times bigger the size of our current grid, and growing, obviously. And so we have this huge surplus of renewable potential, renewable resources, and hydrogen is the way to harness that and to ship the wind and the sun to the rest of the planet and help their decarbonization goals. That is why we're working as a state policy, not a government policy, in the energy sector. And on the right side of the slide, you can see 4 public policies, strategies that were launched in less than 2 months in the country. First, the National Electromobility Strategy. We are aiming to sell only zero-emission light and medium vehicles by 2035. We have a long-term climate strategy with around 400 specific measures to create a country more adapted and resilient to climate change. We unveil our energy efficiency plan, which sets targets on every industry of energy efficiency with accountability. And also, about 2 months ago, we updated our long-term energy policy, continuing the work that have been done through other administrations in the energy sector. And we have a clear goal of being carbon neutral by 2050 and to have at least 80% of our renewable of our electricity matrix, the grid, 80% with the renewables by the year 2030. We are phasing out of coal very rapidly. We have a public-private agreement that states that coal has to be out by the year 2040, and probably it will be much earlier than that, by year 2025. 65% of the coal capacity will be withdrawn. So, and we are replacing that with renewables. This year alone, we inaugurated 6 gigawatts of renewable electricity. That is, we doubled what we have built in the past 10 years. So we are seeing and experiencing a big renewable revolution here in the country, which opens the door to many areas of green technologies, right? Because we need to deal with problems of variability. So we need storage, we need transmission, we need smart grids for the distribution sector. We need solar panels over the rooftops, and we need to build a more robust grid in the cities. So there are lots of opportunities to work on green tech here in the country. So with that, I think that was my last slide. I thank you all again for the invitation, and I leave the doors of the ministry open for any questions that you may have. Happy to answer them and to collaborate with any individual or company or entity that is working on the energy sector and on climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Max. That was, well, very nice introduction. And well, as you really stated, Chile is one of the fast movers in the energy transition and especially in the field of hydrogen technologies. I won't say anything more to that because we will come back to this topic in some minutes with our whole green hydrogen session right now. So thank you very much for now, Mr. Correa. And as you said, you are always open for inquiries, for contacts and questions. Thank you very much. And as our next keynote speaker, I want to introduce you to Mr. Alfonso Blanco Bonilla. He is the Executive Secretary of the Latin American Energy Association. Welcome, Mr. Blanco Bonilla.
Good afternoon from Budapest, in this case, traveling around Europe.
As long as it is possible.
It's a pleasure for the International Latin American Energy Organization to share in this our point of view in this important activity. Thank you very much for the invitation. I have a presentation to share. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, in full screen already. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, what is the situation of the Latin American and the Caribbean region regarding the energy sector? I always want to start with the what I call the picture of the energy sector in the Latin American region. This Sankey diagram is the picture about the primary energy and the end use of energy in each particular sector of our economy. This is the situation of the energy sector with the balance 2019. We are presenting this week the 2020 energy balance for the Latin American energy sector. But what I want to say regarding the Latin American and the Caribbean energy sector, our region is the most green region around the world. We have around 29%, and the figure for 2020 is 31% of renewable energy in the primary energy matrix, and that is the situation of our region. Why we have a higher penetration of renewables in the primary energy matrix? Because our region has a very low participation of the coal in the power generation. That is part of the situation of the Latin American energy sector. The second issue is that we have a very high penetration of hydropower in the power generation. That is part of I call the DNA of the energy sector in the Latin American region. And the third issue is the high penetration of biomass in the primary energy matrix, and that is a very important issue to highlight, because biomass has two separate point of view. First of all, the high penetration of biofuels in some important economies in the region, and that is part of the importance of the biofuels in the region. And the second part of the biomass in our energy matrix is the high use of biomass in the residential sector, and that has a very important social impact, and we have to work in this participation of the biomass in the residential sector for cooking and other end uses. And that is the situation of the energy sector in Latin America. The final use of energy, 38% of the final final energy goes to the transport sector. The industrial sector has 29%, and the residential sector 16%. And that's are the use of energy in each particular sector of our economy. And in comparison with the rest of the world, what is the participation of renewables in the final offer? I was saying that renewables including hydro energy and other sources is in 2019 29%. And that I want to show here the comparison with the coal and the use of coal in comparison with the rest of the world. The rest of the world has 27% of participation of coal in the energy matrix, plus 33% of oil and 24% of natural gas. And our region has 39% of participation of oil, 33% of natural gas, less greenhouse gases intensive fuel than the others, and a very high, very low participation of coal in the energy matrix, less than 6%. And what I have to highlight regarding the evolution of the energy sector in Latin America, our colleague from Chile was talking about the great efforts of Chile in decarbonizing the energy matrix, the role of reduce the participation of coal in the power generation, the very little participation of coal in the power generation in our region, but we are doing our efforts in order to reduce the carbon print of the energy sector, and we are working a lot in the incorporation of renewables in non-conventional renewables in our energy matrix, wind and solar. I have to highlight one important result of 2020. We had more than 23 gigawatts installed in 2020 in the middle of the pandemic of renewables in our region, and we reduced the installed capacity using coal and other liquid fuels for power generation in more of 11 gigawatts, and that is the effort of our region in order to work in decarbonizing our energy matrix. The high penetration of hydropower in the power generation. Our region has more than 45% of hydropower in the power generation and electricity matrix. And if we consider the rest of the renewable sources for the power generation, we have in 2020 61% of our installed capacity comes from renewables, and if we compare with the rest of the world, our situation is better in comparison of the installed capacity in renewable for the electricity generation, and that is a part of the actions that most of our countries are taking for the more incorporation of renewables in our energy matrix. But I have to highlight an additional issue for the incorporation of renewables. In our region, the renewables have been incorporated under market conditions without any artificial market incentives for the renewables. And now in most of our markets, the renewables have been incorporated under cost-effective and bidding process, and that is a very important issue to highlight, because the renewability of our energy matrix has economical background, and that is a very important issue about the renewability of the energy matrix in the Latin American and in the Caribbean. If we consider the evolution of the installed capacity in Latin America and the Caribbean, I said that our region has in 2020 61% of the installed capacity from renewables. But I have to say something, that our region is increasing the electricity demand in a higher rate than the incorporation of renewables in our region, and that is an important point to discuss, because we have to accelerate the incorporation. We are doing our efforts in order to incorporate more renewables, but we have to accelerate that process, and we have to increase our efforts. There are some markets in the region that the evolution is very positive, but there are other markets in our region that doesn't start the incorporation of renewables as at the rate that we require to comply with the international climate agreements. That is the evolution of the power generation and the renewability of the power generation in our region, and that is the trends of the energy sector. And I said our renewability is very high in comparison with the rest of the world, but during a long period, our incorporation have been flat because we are increasing the electricity demand, because we are incorporating to the consumption is a lot of people that didn't have access in the past to electricity, and we are electrifying a lot of end uses of energy. What we have to say from Olade regarding the energy transitions. The final goal is to decarbonize our economies and develop low carbon economies in the region. That will be a necessity for the Latin American region, because most of our markets around the world will demand a low carbon print from our products, and that is an important issue to incorporate in the development targets for the region. But to have developing low carbon economies, there are a lot of paths in order to obtain. There's no a recipe for a specific technology to reduce the incorporation, reduce the carbon print in our economies. One path could be incorporate renewables, energy efficiency, other technologies, but each country have to develop their model in order to comply with their internal developing goals. And that has a lot of issues to discuss. What are the resources that each country have? Internal resources. What are the access to financement? There are a lot of issues that has influence in this in the election of this developing path to the low carbon economies. There are some countries in the region that has very good position in consideration of energy transitions. For example, under the index developed by the World Economic Forum, we have Uruguay in the at the top of the regional transition index, Costa Rica with both countries with more than 95% of the energy from electricity from renewables. The big efforts and advances from Colombia, Chile, and other countries in the region to incorporate the energy transitions, more renewables, and to create an environment for the renewable energies in our region. I want to stop in this slide, and that is the annual average growth rate from 2010 to 2019. The wind and solar had a very important increase and very important incorporation of capacity in our region during the last period, and that is part of I said before, because wind and solar have been incorporated under market conditions without any feed-in tariff for the renewables in our region, and that is a very important point for the region. I want to finish with the RELAC initiative in our region, and with the Colombia presented the initiative for the 70% of participation in the installed capacity from renewables, and Chile follow, and Costa Rica. Now we have a platform with this important goal for our region to have 70% of renewables in the power generation in the Latin American region in 2030. That is a very important platform. Now we have 14 countries in the region with this commitment, and we are working in accelerating the energy transitions in the region. There are a lot of technologies for the future. The hydrogen energy efficiency, generated distributed power generation, and smart grids, energy storage. We need a lot of regulatory framework changes, because we have to modernize our framework. We have to digitalize our energy sector. There are a lot of challenges for the near future for the region. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much for your welcome words, and also this introduction in the whole Latin American energy market. And this really, for us in Germany, it's really impressive to see the growth rates of renewable energies, as you showed, 130% plus just in the last year for PV. This could not be in our wildest dreams here in Germany, but of course our energy system is traditionally completely differently built, and as you have shown as well, just if you look at the high shares of hydropower, for example, there are really some huge differences in our energy system. But as you also stated, in the end, there are some upcoming trends and technologies, and we also want to give a highlight or a focus on these technologies in the upcoming days. So yeah, for now, thank you very much for your participation, Mr. Blanco Bonilla, and we wish you the best to Budapest. And now we switch to Santiago de Chile. And you can already see Mr. Rodrigo Vásquez from GIZ in Chile. Hello, Rodrigo, welcome.
Hello, Ferdinand.
Hello. Yeah, so you will be our first speaker of our now beginning session A1 on the topic of green hydrogen. The other speakers have already shown a little bit information about Chile, about hydrogen and the H2 luck, but I'm pretty confident that you can give us more in-depth information in those topics for Chile and probably also for the Latin American energy markets as a perspective as well.
Okay. Thank you, Ferdinand. Just to say, you gave me the opportunity to talk in English and Spanish. I prefer to talk in Spanish because it's my mother tongue. So I will switch my language to Spanish. Okay.
Of course. Como le quiera.
Okay. Okay. Por favor, please confirm the presentation.
Yes, I can see your presentation. Thank you.
Ya. Gracias, Ferdinand. Bueno, un placer estar aquí. Para nosotros siempre hemos trabajado en estos temas de energía hace muchos años en Chile. Para nosotros, en el fondo, contar un poco nuestra experiencia y cómo también eso extenderlo hacia Latinoamérica, especialmente a la región, para nosotros es una de las cosas más importantes que nosotros hacemos. O sea, lo que desarrollamos aquí en Chile con la ayuda de la cooperación alemana y con todos los stakeholders que están aquí en Chile, poder eso contárselo a los demás y poder trabajar en conjunto para que la región pueda salir. Entonces, lo que yo vengo a contar aquí es, a partir de la experiencia que nosotros estamos acumulando desde el 2015, creamos una plataforma para poder, en el fondo, trasladar o, en el fondo, extender esa experiencia a los demás países y trabajar en conjunto con ellos para que puedan también avanzar en el desarrollo del hidrógeno en Latinoamérica. La GIZ es, en caso de Chile, nosotros trabajamos, o nuestros fondos vienen del Ministerio de Medio Ambiente alemán. En este caso, el Ministerio de Energía de Chile es nuestra contraparte en Chile. Y el objetivo global es la reducción de los gases de efecto invernadero a través del uso de energías renovables y la eficiencia energética. Y para eso creamos un programa donde reunimos todos los proyectos de energía en un programa que se llama el Programa 4E, de tal manera de encauzar todos los proyectos bajo un mismo marco, y ahí tenemos proyectos de descarbonización, en el cual estamos trabajando ahora, por el cual presento, cogeneración para aplicaciones industriales, mercado global de carbono, Energy Partnership, no aparece acá, y eficiencia en minería, que también estamos trabajando en ello, y también mi colega va a comentar algo a continuación. Bien, pues para empezar a pensar cómo en el fondo entregar esta información, había que partir con una idea, porque en el fondo en Chile se está hablando del hidrógeno. Ya en 2014-2015 nosotros vimos la experiencia que se estaba dando en Alemania respecto a los proyectos los cuales integraban la energía que no se podía entregar a la red, sino que en el fondo energía que sobraba de la red para tener un uso eficiente de esa energía. Entonces ellos transformaban la energía eólica sobrante de la red en hidrógeno para otros usos. Entonces, esa idea, conversándola directamente aquí en Chile, junto con el director del programa, etcétera, dijimos, bueno, si en Alemania pueden hacer eso con la energía sobrante, nosotros aquí en Chile podemos hacer lo mismo, pero con la energía que podemos producir, porque el precio de la energía en Chile es barata, tenemos un potencial muy grande, entonces esa idea, traerla a Chile, debería funcionar más. Entonces, con esa idea en la cabeza, empezamos a verificar cuáles son los distintos usos del hidrógeno, ¿cierto? Entonces, el hidrógeno, ¿cierto?, va a cumplir, o cumple actualmente, una cierta área industrial que tiene que ver especialmente con la refinación de combustible, y por el otro lado la producción de amoníaco para fertilizantes, explosivos, etc. Esos son los grandes usos. También hay otros usos pequeños o menores del hidrógeno en temas de vidrio, electrónica, alimentos, etc. Pero actualmente se abre todo un abanico nuevo, voy a ocultar acá, todo un abanico nuevo de aplicaciones, especialmente en el tema de transporte, en almacenamiento de energía, sistemas móviles, y también en el uso en la matriz de gas, que eso para nosotros también es muy importante porque es la que nos permitiría llegar directamente a un usuario final, a un usuario residencial. Con esto, y considerando además, como lo dijo Max al principio, la gran cantidad, el gran potencial que tiene Chile de producir energías renovables a un precio competitivo, uno de los más competitivos del mundo a raíz de los potenciales que tiene, podemos pensar en generar un hidrógeno verde, porque nosotros no tenemos la posibilidad de generar otro tipo de hidrógeno, sino de hidrógeno verde, para tener distintas aplicaciones, ya sea en el país primero y posteriormente con ese potencial poder exportar incluso ese hidrógeno. Entonces, todas estas ideas empiezan a dar vuelta y a conjugar todo esto, lo cual nos llevó a primero sociabilizar esto en una conferencia internacional en el 2017, donde asistieron alrededor de 120 empresas, que en realidad en ese momento no se sabía mucho de qué se trataba, ¿no? De por qué se estaba hablando de hidrógeno en Chile, etc. Para posteriormente, las empresas se dieron cuenta que esto en realidad había un muy buen potencial, había mucho interés en Chile, y hicimos junto con el Ministerio y con Corfo también la segunda conferencia internacional, ahora ya va casi la cuarta, esta fue la segunda, el 2018, y ya vinieron las empresas internacionales a presentar lo que estaban haciendo y hacer negocios o posibles negocios en Chile. Entonces, cuando uno va desarrollando el estudio, lo primero es el tema de la sensibilización. Además, dentro de estos eventos, se lanzaron 2 programas tecnológicos que tenía Corfo, que ya venía también trabajando en ellos. Hay un par de personas que estaban trabajando en ellos y tenían esa visión también, donde el gran eje de Chile, que es la minería, la idea es descarbonizarlo a través del uso del hidrógeno, ya sea en los grandes camiones CAEX, que son los camiones de extracción minera, o en los camiones que trabajan en minería subterránea o en superficie. Entonces, con eso se va complementando un poco el desarrollo del hidrógeno, ya ahora con un aporte estatal. Pero también la gente habla mucho, pero poco entienden. Entonces, en ese momento, ideamos generar un libro que tuviera un lenguaje no técnico en el sentido de no de paper, sino que un lenguaje más ciudadano, de tal manera de explicar lo que era el hidrógeno. Y además plantear también, a partir del hidrógeno, cómo se podría hacer una economía del hidrógeno, tomando en consideración que se necesita agua, que van a estar en zonas que no necesariamente tienen agua, cuáles son los tipos de usos finales que puede tener el hidrógeno, etcétera, de hacer sistemas integrales que nos permitan a nosotros utilizar el hidrógeno. Por otro lado, en 2019, nosotros financiamos el primer alcance de la normativa. En Chile no existía normativa del hidrógeno, existían algunas referencias antiguas, pero no existía el uso del hidrógeno como combustible, solamente existía el uso de hidrógeno como un gas industrial. Entonces, contratamos y financiamos y gestionamos estudios internacionales para entregar esto y trabajar junto con el gobierno para entregar los primeros mapas, en fondo normativo, que podían irse trabajando y de acuerdo a los proyectos que estaban en Chile, poder ir priorizando cuáles eran las áreas de trabajo. Entonces, como ven, se van conformando, el hidrógeno no era solamente técnico, sino que en el fondo todo lo que acompañaba el hidrógeno tenía que estar resuelto para que los proyectos se faciliten. Por otro lado, el tema ambiental es muy importante, identificar cuáles eran los problemas ambientales que podría tener a futuro el hidrógeno, ¿ya? También financiamiento climático o financiamiento, este tipo de proyectos que en el fondo pretenden mejorar, ¿cierto?, la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero, etcétera, mitigarlos, etcétera. Eso se necesita tener un financiamiento y puede ser un financiamiento climático. Entonces avanzamos en el tema del financiamiento. Y también es muy importante también qué es lo que va a dejar el hidrógeno. Nosotros estamos haciendo, a partir de los proyectos que fueron prometidos en la NDC de Chile, donde se estima que un 21% de las reducciones van a ser debido al hidrógeno, Entonces, en base a eso, se hizo un estudio para determinar que al 2050 Chile podía proveer de 94.000 empleos directos a partir del hidrógeno. Ahora, si sumamos a eso la exportación y el uso, por ejemplo, en barcos del hidrógeno, podemos incluso doblar la cifra. Otra cosa muy importante y que tiene que ver mucho cómo las empresas toman esto es el tema de la difusión técnica, o sea, de las personas que están a cargo de los proyectos. Por eso el 2020 empezamos a hacer diversos talleres con expertos internacionales para analizar todas las partes o todas las áreas de la cadena de valor. Y posteriormente este año hemos seguido ya en temas más específicos como la generación de hidrógeno, como el tema del transporte con hidrógeno en minería, las tecnologías de captura de tal manera de poder generar combustible sintético, inyección en redes de gas natural, reconversión de plantas térmicas con hidrógeno. Nosotros estamos planteando en otra línea de acción reconvertirlas a baterías de Carnot, a baterías térmicas, y otras posibilidades de hidrógeno, buses para la minería, etc. Entonces, esto es muy importante porque en el fondo esto crea conocimiento. Y también es importante hacer en la práctica, llevar apoyos técnicos o estudios de prefactibilidad para distintos proyectos, de tal manera que las empresas tengan números y datos duros sobre la mesa para poder evaluar los proyectos. Así también, junto con Energy Partnership, que es nuestro proyecto colega, ¿cierto? Y trabajamos en conjunto en muchas áreas. Entonces estamos viendo el tema de exportación de hidrógeno, lo que mencionaba recién, Carbon Capture, y también estamos trabajando en proyectos de Power to Gas, buses con celda de combustible, amoníaco, etc. Ahora, todo este contexto que he dado, nosotros queremos vaciarlo, o en el fondo queremos poner a disposición de una plataforma y de nuestros colegas en Latinoamérica todo este aprendizaje que hemos hecho durante todos estos años. Es verdad, hay otros países que empezaron mucho antes, quedó en stand-by, como Argentina, por ejemplo, ahora volvió, y otros países que están iniciando fuertemente, y lo que queremos es que, a partir de la experiencia que tuvimos en Chile, poder compartir esa experiencia y trabajar y ayudar a trabajar en conjunto y poder lograr como región desarrollar el hidrógeno. Entonces, la plataforma H2LAC lo que pretende, o esta plataforma pretende, en el fondo, desarrollar el hidrógeno verde en la región, en Latinoamérica y Caribe, ¿cierto? Obteniendo datos, colocando datos técnicos, datos en términos, ¿cómo se llama?, comerciales, etcétera, dentro de la plataforma, mostrar las distintas tecnologías, la técnica, los proyectos, cuáles son, y cerrar barreras también. En el fondo, cada país tiene su propia realidad, entonces poder acercar esa realidad y ver cuáles son las brechas, colaborar entre todos y crear estas sinergias para el desarrollo del hidrógeno. La plataforma, ¿cierto?, se va conformando, va creciendo, donde vamos a tener, ¿cierto?, por países definiciones para que cada uno sepa cómo se desarrolla el hidrógeno, archivos digitales, bibliotecas, librería, video, etcétera, para poder entender el hidrógeno, preguntas frecuentes, intercambio entre los países, etcétera, de tal manera ir creciendo en conjunto. La acción en desarrollo, ¿cierto?, está la creación de la red. De hecho, actualmente, en paralelo, hoy se está lanzando oficialmente ya la nueva página, ¿cierto?, de la red, o sea, de la red de H2LAC, y de la plataforma, donde están estos 13 países participantes, órganos públicos y privados, algunos socios que son asociaciones, etcétera, y enfocarse en noticias, capacitaciones, contactos, productos, asesorías, intercambio, pueden ser en el fondo también ayudas internacionales, etc. Estos 13 países participantes, ¿cierto?, que representan especialmente la mayoría de los países latinoamericanos, ¿cierto?, en cantidad de población, del PIB, etc. Entonces, la idea es que esta red esta plataforma se convierta en una plataforma abierta para todos los países que quieran sumarse, y además para poder contribuir entre todos. Una de las cosas importantes es la información actualizada. Entonces, la plataforma además incorpora un newsletter que nosotros sacamos hace mucho tiempo estamos trabajando, el 2020, en este newsletter, y lo va a incorporar, y los países van a poder cooperar en este newsletter para que todos podamos tener la información actualizada de todo lo que sea. Entonces, como resumen, la plataforma impulsada por la GIZ en Chile pretende ser una herramienta para todos los países latinoamericanos, de tal manera de que ellos puedan, a través de su contribución, y sea una colaboración bilateral y bidireccional. Es decir, en el fondo, yo entrego algo, ustedes me entregan algo, y así vamos todos colaborando con mi equipo. Esa es la idea de la plataforma, es una plataforma compartida, la cual se hace alimentada por los distintos países. Así que eso quería comentarles. Muchas gracias por la atención.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo, for your presentation. That's very interesting insight into this platform, and good to see that almost all countries in South America are already part of this platform. And I've seen there's a minor spot, the SICA countries in Central America, they are still not on board, but we've got another colleague from GIZ in El Salvador right now connected into the session, so maybe he will immediately write you and set up the next project proposals. We'll see. So thank you very much, Rodrigo, and we'll get back to you in our panel discussion at the end. And well, so we can already see our next speaker. Welcome, Javier Hueichapán from GIZ Chile as well. Hello, Javier.
Hola, Ferdinand. Hi, how are you?
Hi. I'm fine, thank you. We are just at the beginning, so I'm still thrilled. And well, as Rodrigo, your colleague, has said, you are working on one part of this GIZ project, which is focusing on the topic of the mining industry and what you could do to decarbonize and introduce more hydrogen into the mining industry. And well, let's find out what can you tell us about this?
Muchas gracias, Ferdinand, y muchas gracias por la invitación. Voy a comenzar a compartir pantalla.
Okay, we can see your presentation.
Perfecto. Perfecto. Bueno, en primer lugar, muy buenas tardes. Muchas gracias por la invitación y complemento justamente el trabajo que estamos realizando en GIZ Chile. Previamente presentó Rodrigo Vásquez, con quien trabajamos en el proyecto de eficiencia energética en minería, y el foco de la presentación mía que voy a realizar en este momento es la parte de hidrógeno en minería. Entonces, cómo se puede incorporar hidrógeno verde en la minería, en particular en casos a nivel internacional, y que nosotros también estamos viendo aquí en Chile cómo se están desarrollando. En el caso de Chile, nosotros somos el principal productor de cobre, uno de los principales productores de cobre y de litio del mundo. Entonces, por eso justamente es tan relevante que la minería, en el caso chileno, pueda ser verde, pueda producir minerales con bajo carbono. La industria minera consume un tercio de la electricidad en Chile. Por eso, gran parte de las compañías están en proceso las compañías mineras están en proceso de hacer contratos de energías limpias, de energías renovables, justamente para poder producir sus minerales con menor huella de carbono. Vamos a hacer un pequeño contexto de lo que estamos trabajando en Chile, que es un proyecto de eficiencia energética en minería, que busca justamente reducir las emisiones de la minería aplicando medidas de eficiencia energética. Dentro de este proyecto tenemos implementación de medidas, en particular apoyo técnico a empresas mineras y la implementación de una red de eficiencia energética. Dentro del apoyo técnico también está incluida, por supuesto, la difusión al sector minero, al sector desde los estudiantes, profesionales que trabajan y a las compañías, con el fin de poder difundir medidas de eficiencia energética, difundir qué iniciativas se pueden realizar, y esta presentación también busca difundir qué actividades y qué proyectos se están realizando en Chile y en el mundo relacionados con hidrógeno verde en minería. Así que directamente pasamos a los ejemplos que tenemos preparados para esta presentación, donde vamos a mostrar varios casos de posibilidades que se pueden desarrollar en la minería para la parte de hidrógeno. En primer lugar, tenemos buses de transporte de pasajeros. Es un medio de transporte que emplean los trabajadores principalmente para llegar y retirarse de su jornada laboral este puede ser muy relevante justamente debido al gran movimiento de personas. En el caso de Chile, las faenas mineras están bastante distanciadas de las ciudades, de los centros poblados, en su mayoría. Por tanto, es muy relevante este énfasis. Ya hay algunos pilotos funcionando, que está empezando a pasar ya de a poco a comercial, y en ese marco, nosotros como GIZ realizamos un estudio que evalúa justamente el transporte de pasajeros en distintas condiciones de altitud. En el caso de Chile, tenemos una gran diferencia de altitud entre ciudades que están ubicadas en una ubicación plana, y las mineras están ubicadas en la cordillera. Entonces tenemos una altitud de, en algunos casos, 2.000, 3.000 metros de altura. Entonces aquí lo que se hace en este estudio, se simularon distintas condiciones de operación. Aquí se puede ver justamente un diagrama de la conducción, de cómo sería el manejo, las velocidades, las curvas, las diferencias de altitud. Todo esto lo pueden revisar en nuestra página web. Aquí está en la presentación, va a estar el enlace, y en las conclusiones principales son que lo que se busca es que las mismas compañías puedan realizar algún proyecto piloto justamente uniendo los conocimientos del sector de acuerdo al requerimiento energético, a las diferentes condiciones. Pero aquí se entregan algunas información que va a ser muy útil justamente para que la puedan tomar las compañías que decidan iniciar este proceso de pilotaje. Otro tema muy relevante dentro que se puede llevar a cabo en la minería son los sistemas de respaldo. Estamos hablando que en la minería, en el caso de Chile, los sistemas de respaldo son principalmente diésel, en algunos casos de gas, pero principalmente diésel, y el principal problema que tiene el diésel es para las bajas temperaturas, tiene bastantes problemas. Eso se ve reflejado en que el diésel genera algunos residuos que empiezan a dañar los motores. Entonces, el diésel no vendría siendo una muy buena solución y que justamente trae bastantes problemas. Si se pudieran migrar sistemas por ejemplo, de energía en zonas aisladas, como antenas de telecomunicaciones, pozos de bombeo de agua o respaldos, se podría justamente disminuir esos problemas implementando sistemas de almacenamiento de hidrógeno. Por ejemplo, hay un caso en Canadá que tiene menos 30 grados de temperatura y provee energía en cualquier momento. También otra ventaja es que también, como es un sistema de respaldo, podría usarse para reducir los empleos de energía de la red eléctrica en los casos de hora punta. En hora punta recordemos que la energía es más cara y es posible recortar ese consumo generándolo con energía a partir de fuel cells, justamente para que puedan generar hidrógeno in situ. Aquí, por ejemplo, se muestra un caso de comparativo, mostraba en un pequeño estudio, que ahí compartimos el enlace para que lo puedan revisar en profundidad, pero muestra la comparativa entre el hidrógeno en la parte inferior y una generación diésel a partir de generaciones de respaldo. Es decir, tener un respaldo diésel versus hidrógeno. Aquí aparecen los distintos costos, que finalmente haciendo toda la cadena de valor desde la extracción, en el caso del diésel, y la generación de energía verde, por ejemplo, con energía solar o eólica, el costo comparativo final es prácticamente el mismo, incluso levemente menor en el caso de este estudio que se presenta acá. Entonces se ve que para aplicaciones off-grid podría ser muy competitivo. Aquí esto me lo voy a pasar rápido porque finalmente ya lo mostró Rodrigo. Son iniciativas en curso actualmente para camiones CAEX, de camiones que por un lado pueden ser dual, es decir, hidrógeno con diésel, con una mezcla, y por otro lado celdas de combustible que operen full con hidrógeno, y esto principalmente pensando en minería subterránea. Esto se está realizando en 2 consorcios apoyados por Corfo. No voy a entrar en mayor detalle porque ya lo mencionó previamente mi colega Rodrigo. El siguiente proyecto de ejemplo es se está validando un caso comercial en un consorcio que se denomina Hydra. Está aquí apoyando también Corfo, Cisairo, Mining Tree, Engie y varias compañías más, y recientemente se integró Antofagasta Minerals, una minera, la operación de minera Centinela en Chile. El objetivo es validar la operación de un tren motriz que se basa en celdas de combustible de hidrógeno para justamente probar en condiciones reales, en condiciones de altitud, de polvo y de temperatura. Aquí aparece justamente la noticia donde se integró recientemente Antofagasta Minerals en mediados de octubre recién pasado, así que les deseamos también la mayor de las suertes en este desarrollo de esta prueba y de este piloto. Otro tema también muy relacionado tiene que ver con camiones y equipos mineros. Por ejemplo, camiones de larga distancia, donde principalmente, por ejemplo, en el caso de camiones de basura, tenemos una ventaja mayor con respecto a los camiones eléctricos debido a la larga distancia que pueden recorrer en una jornada sin tener que recargar. Entonces ahí tenemos una ventaja justamente de los camiones a hidrógeno. Y tenemos ejemplos de camiones que ya se están produciendo también para minería, en el caso particular que nos convoca el día de hoy, el grupo Hueichapán chino que produce camiones, también Engie, en el caso de Anglo American en Sudáfrica, están realizando un proyecto que justamente paso a detallar a continuación. Anglo American Platinum en Sudáfrica está desarrollando un nuevo camión minero para transporte eléctrico con hidrógeno. Aquí la gran ventaja es que podrían migrar 400 camiones mineros usados actualmente por esta faena de Muja La Huesna de Anglo American en Sudáfrica, y el objetivo de ellos es desarrollar un electrolizador para generar hidrógeno localmente de 3,5 megawatts. Aquí lo que se busca justamente es probar con camiones de alto tonelaje que sean alimentados con hidrógeno, y uno de los intereses también de Anglo American es que en esta faena minera se produce platino, y el electrolizador principalmente también ocupa este metal noble. Entonces justamente es uno de los grandes gatillantes que también puede generar y puede ser exportado a esta iniciativa puede ser exportada a otras partes del mundo donde Anglo American tiene operaciones, que en el caso de Chile así lo es. También comentar, aquí aparece un diagrama justamente de cómo está reconvertido un camión, cómo sería la estructura de un camión a hidrógeno, donde tiene el powertrain, justamente, y están las celdas están los tanques de almacenamiento, y el powertrain donde está todo el sistema de potencia que le entrega la energía y la potencia a las ruedas del camión. Entonces aquí justamente se ve la alimentación, el sistema donde están todas las partes del camión. Aquí vemos un pequeño videíto donde aparece justamente un camión de Weichai Power China. Ellos están desarrollando este piloto que ya es operativo. Aquí ya se puede ver en este video justamente la operación. El camión aquí solamente no está con la parte superior, principalmente por un tema de espacio, porque están probándolo indoor, pero aquí se muestra que el camión ya está operativo con hidrógeno, y justamente ocupa un sistema de energía híbrido, con celda de combustible y batería de litio. Aquí es un camión justamente de un prototipo de 340 kilowatts. Los camiones de producción tienen una potencia mayor, de 800 kilowatts, pero en este caso se está probando con esa potencia. Aquí, bueno, algunas imágenes también del mismo camión, y un caso ya de piloto operando en Chile, que es también de la empresa Anglo American, que es una hidrogenera que está generando hidrógeno a partir de energía renovable de una planta solar que está ubicada muy cerca de Santiago de Chile, al norte, y es una prueba que están alimentando una grúa horquilla, un forklift, justamente con hidrógeno verde. Aquí vemos un pequeño diagrama, o sea, una pequeña animación, donde se explica el proceso de generación justamente del hidrógeno in situ, que es generado con energía renovable, y luego de esto se pasa a un almacenamiento, en el cual luego se puede alimentar esta grúa horquilla, este forklift. Prontamente ellos también están pensando en alimentar los primeros camiones, así que también esta es la prueba piloto en la cual ellos están validando la tecnología y ejecutando esta primera acción. Ya con una grúa real, aquí se ve justamente la grúa horquilla que está recargando, y prontamente eso también va a ser esperamos que sea un camión, una grúa de 3 toneladas. Eso es el ejemplo de Anglo American en Las Tórtolas, Chile. Otro ejemplo y otra aplicación son los trenes mineros, que ya se están realizando varios proyectos comerciales ya en Alemania, de Alstom, Francia, Austria. Siemens también tiene su concepto de trenes. Esto ya está siempre aplicado para usos industriales, pero también algunos para pasajeros. Y también la minera Vale en Brasil está viendo también la opción de tener trenes de transporte que sean de transporte minero, que sean de hidrógeno. En el caso de Chile, la Ferrocarriles de Antofagasta está postulando un proyecto para justamente evaluar la factibilidad y planean poder contar con locomotoras 100% hidrógeno verde. Esta es una noticia que salió el mes pasado, recientemente hace unos días, donde la compañía de ferrocarriles busca justamente cambiar de 100% diésel a 100% hidrógeno. Entonces ellos justamente postularon esta idea a una aceleradora de hidrógeno verde de la Agencia de Sostenibilidad Energética, que es una institución del gobierno de Chile, la cual organizó este fondo para proveer apoyo financiero a estudios que pudieran desarrollar pilotos de hidrógeno verde. Esto justamente están viendo prefactibilidades, así que esperemos que sea una idea que sea ojalá concretada en el mediano plazo, esperemos. Otro tipo de aplicaciones que se pueden ver son los insumos mineros, como los explosivos. En este caso hay un proyecto de ENGIE con ENAEX que se está realizando en el norte de Chile, en el cual buscan generar amoníaco verde. Recordemos que el amoníaco es un subproducto del hidrógeno verde, el cual actualmente para producirlo en Chile se importan todo el amoníaco que entra a Chile se importa, con lo que trae una huella de carbono bastante grande. Entonces justamente lo que se busca es poder generarlo aquí en Chile y poder generar amoníaco verde, el cual también sirve como fertilizante y también como explosivo. Este es un proyecto, como mencionaba, de ENGIE con ENAEX, que busca descarbonizar los explosivos de la minería. Otro proyecto muy similar está siendo realizado en Australia, con condiciones muy similares a las de Chile, pero la diferencia es que nosotros tenemos en Chile posibilidades de un costo menor de hidrógeno. Este proyecto es bastante equivalente, así que también es una iniciativa que ya se está realizando a nivel internacional en Australia. Por otro lado, también el tema del hidrógeno puede ser llevado dentro de la minería a los combustibles sintéticos, recambio de combustibles. Justamente aquí se muestra un ejemplo de una planta de Audi, donde se busca justamente generar derivados del hidrógeno y a partir de justamente combustibles sintéticos, gas sintético, metanol, etanol, diésel sintético y otros hidrocarburos. Entonces justamente es una de las grandes iniciativas que podrían también hacer un cambio bastante más rápido, justamente porque también podrían entrar en los vehículos convencionales. Otro punto y ejemplo de la aplicación podría ser justamente para servicios de minería relacionados con topografía. Los drones que actualmente se emplean para realizar mediciones topográficas, que son eléctricos, tienen una duración de unos cuantos minutos, no más allá de media hora, con lo cual si consideramos los drones alimentados con hidrógeno, podrían tener una autonomía de por lo menos 3 horas. Entonces, con eso se podrían justamente aumentar el empleo del hidrógeno, aumentar la calidad del servicio y quizás también bajar el costo del servicio, considerando justamente el costo del hidrógeno en el sitio. Otra aplicación que tiene que ver con uno de los grandes problemas que conlleva la minería, que es el consumo eléctrico, que actualmente en Chile se están migrando muchos consumos eléctricos, muchos contratos, hacia contratos de energía limpia. Esto se puede llevar a cabo con directamente generación eléctrica con fuentes de hidrógeno. Ya existen las primeras turbinas a gas de ciclo combinado que permiten combustionar 100% de hidrógeno. Entonces esto permite justamente ir avanzando hacia que la generación eléctrica también pueda emplear este combustible. Entonces ese podría ser uno de los principales insumos también y una de las posibilidades para que la minería reduzca sus emisiones de alcance 2, que recordemos el alcance de la energía eléctrica. Otra posibilidad también es la metanación, es mezclar, por supuesto, el gas, la introducción de H2 en las redes de gas. Esto también es una iniciativa que se ha llevado en distintos países que se muestran acá. Aquí en Chile también tenemos una primera iniciativa que está empezando a desarrollarse. Dentro de 2022 deberíamos tener un avance de un piloto que se está realizando justamente de introducción de hidrógeno en redes de gas. Así que eso para las redes públicas, es decir, para consumo de personas, consumo residencial. Por otro lado, otra aplicación en minería es el reemplazo de combustible en calderas. Aquí tenemos un ejemplo de BHP que está haciendo un piloto en la minera Spence, justamente que es una de la segunda minera más grande que se tiene en Chile luego de Minera Escondida. Esta es una planta piloto que busca generar hidrógeno y reemplazar diésel, y busca justamente alimentar a dos calderas de 10.000 kilowatts y 3.000 kilowatts, que justamente va a reducir las emisiones de gas de efecto invernadero de la electroobtención. En el caso de esto es de cátodos, la generación de cátodos de cobre. Bueno, para ir terminando, en honor al tiempo también, tenemos las últimas iniciativas que se han llevado a cabo en Chile. Salió publicada una guía de seguridad de hidrógeno en minería, en la cual se busca definir los requerimientos para implementación de proyectos pilotos, estandarizar los procedimientos, criterios de evaluación, de seguridad, para buscar reducir los accidentes e incidentes posibles dentro de las faenas mineras. En esta guía se puede encontrar, por ejemplo, todos los procesos, desde recepción, almacenamiento, dispensados, transporte, los equipos móviles, estacionarios, minería subterránea, rajo. Está todo el detalle acá, justamente una guía bastante útil, justamente para empezar a implementar proyectos en la minería. Otra noticia recientemente es que salió esta guía, que está Hidrógeno Verde en Minería, que fue generada por H2 Chile, que es la Asociación Chilena de Hidrógeno. Esta guía resume gran parte también de las acciones y de los proyectos que se pueden realizar en minería. Aquí les dejo el enlace para que lo puedan ver posteriormente. Aparece bastante detalle aquí y justamente información de manera bastante didáctica. Y para ir terminando, les quería compartir esta plataforma web de energía en minería, que está en español, que busca justamente mostrar todas las iniciativas, proyectos de eficiencia energética, proyectos implementados, medidas de eficiencia energética que se pueden realizar en minería, en una navegación bastante amigable, donde se pueden ver todos los procesos mineros de la minería metálica, del cobre en Chile, y por supuesto, ¿por qué no en Latinoamérica? Justamente todos los procesos no son exclusivos de un país, son de la minería. Entonces acá podemos ver la minería para generar cátodos de cobre, para generar concentrado de cobre, para generar nitrato y carbonato de litio, y todo eso sirve justamente como un ejemplo y material de difusión para todos los colegas que trabajan en la minería. Es un apoyo que se ha realizado en conjunto con el Ministerio de Energía y la Agencia de Sostenibilidad, y por supuesto como GIZ. Eso es lo que les tenemos preparado para el día de hoy, y les queremos agradecer el tiempo y la invitación justamente. Acá les dejamos nuestros correos de contacto y enlaces para que puedan buscar más información. Muchas gracias, Ferdinand.
Thank you very much, Javier. Very interesting presentation, and very nice to see that there are already so much technological appliances for hydrogen in Chile or in Latin America in general. We also had some questions from the audience, but Javier, I would suggest that we move on now with our presentation, because we will have our short panel discussion afterwards, and I think we can manage one or two of those questions from the audience later on. So thank you very much for now, Javier. And ladies and gentlemen, it is as all the speakers have prepared themselves together before, because you have seen the information from Javier on SIEMENS Energy in his slides. And right now we just move on to SIEMENS Energy, and I want to welcome Mr. Andreas Eisfelder. Hello, Andreas.
Hi, Hi, good afternoon, and maybe good morning if there are also people from Mexico and Central America, I guess. Ferdinand, so, yeah. Thanks a lot for this invitation, and congratulations for another important event to exchange on what technologies are available, and what can we as citizens, as companies, institutions contribute to make the energy transition successful, and what is going to be the role of Latin America in all this. So thanks again for this invitation. What I have prepared is a presentation about Siemens Energy portfolio for green hydrogen production. And certainly we will also going to talk a little bit more about the target markets and where this green hydrogen is going to be utilized. So thanks again for this invitation. My name is Andreas Eisfelder. I am based here in Sao Paulo and taking care of the region Latin America for our customers and our projects in green hydrogen and Power-to-X area. I am part of Siemens Energy, representing this new energy business division. What exactly are we doing? We are producing electrolyzers and hydrogen systems. But not only this core part of a hydrogen production facility, but we are also integrating chemical synthesis plants for the Power-to-X routes, such as methanol, gasoline, but also ammonia. And certainly, and finally, we also have consulting capacity with our digital solutions for all stages of a project development, be it for pre-feasibility analysis, but also during the lifetime of the assets, to make sure that the hydrogen production is running as expected and delivering on the results that the investors and off-takers expect. Now, why has this electrolysis and green hydrogen been at the core of the Siemens Energy portfolio? Well, because it is at the core of the energy transition to take to the next stage a successful electrification, a successful ramp up of the renewable electricity. I think we saw some impressive figures today, how this is still growing. And it needs to keep growing because we will need more renewable electricity to partially convert these electrons into molecules of hydrogen and its derivatives. And this is exactly what we see at the screen in this graphic. We have a green color, which is related to the renewable electrons, renewable electricity from sun, wind, biomass. But then we convert it into something in blue color, and these are then the molecules which find its way into different final applications in the chemical industry, petrochemical, other commodity making, such as mining, maybe the steel making process, fertilizers, and mobility, last but not least. And this is important because otherwise we cannot decarbonize some of these energy demands. And to make sure that this transition of electrons to molecules happens at reliability, at scale, we have developed since more than 10 years electrolyzers that are friendly to integrate with renewable electricity. So this is exactly the PEM electrolyzer you see here on the screen. The result of the research and development Siemens Energy has been doing. So we started about 10 years ago to integrate lab scale, kilowatt scale, and now we are already at utility scale with building blocks of 20 megawatt each. And this is going to be scaled up further. So we keep investing, we keep accelerating into developing this technology out of Germany, but utilizing Siemens Energy capabilities worldwide, and also strong footprint here in the region of Latin America to bring solutions to these countries, implement complete plants of hydrogen and derivatives production. Now, this is how it looks like, this latest and greatest generation of our electrolyzer. As I mentioned, nominal capacity just of the electrolyzer itself is 17.5 megawatt. So think about auxiliary systems, think about a bit of balance of plant around it. And this is when I said 20 megawatt building blocks, more or less. But what is the amount of hydrogen that's being produced at the same time? Well, this is 335 kilograms of hydrogen per hour. And of those that are making the numbers, to compare 17.5 megawatt per hour in the electrical consumption. And then for each hour, you get 335 kilogram of hydrogen. This is equivalent to a conversion efficiency of more than 75%, even on a plant level. So this is why this technology is ready. And as soon as also the renewable electricity cost is competitive, also Max Correa and in the introduction, and also the speaker from Olade confirmed that this is becoming competitive. The primary electricity that feeds into this electrolyzer. So then, of course, also the hydrogen that is being produced is going to be competitive. As I mentioned, we do not only focus on the core technology, this electrolyzer, but Siemens Energy is putting complete plants around it with its auxiliary systems that are needed to basically plug and play and have turnkey solutions for this green hydrogen production. This is just another example of the additional elements you might need to think about if you want to utilize hydrogen, be it in transport, be it for industry decarbonization. So certainly every project has its own characteristics, but I would like to show you one particular project that is related to what I'm showing here more generically. It's the production of liquid fuels. So we do not only utilize hydrogen directly, but it's a feedstock. It's another raw material, so to speak, for the further production of liquid fuels. And from the GIZ example, we saw that Audi is making some small plant for e-diesel in Germany. Well, we are already building a larger plant for the synthesis of e-gasoline in Chile. So this is exactly the route we are seeing on this screen. Let me share some more details about what we are doing in Patagonia. We are taking, and this is a picture you see on the upper left-hand side in this pilot plant, which is currently in construction. We are utilizing electricity from exclusive source wind power. So this is the only energy supply to this plant is going to be the wind power. And we feed it into our electrolyzer to create hydrogen. We also test a new technology we are integrating into this project to capture carbon dioxide from the air to make it really a very sustainable solution. And combining these two feedstocks, green hydrogen and CO2 from the air, we combine two feedstocks into a chemical reaction in a synthesis reactor for methanol. And this green methanol is already one of the products that can be utilized and sold to the market from our customer. But they don't stop here. They also make a further synthesis step of methanol to e-gasoline. And here the off-taker is Porsche, who needs to offer some option for their customers to also decarbonize a combustion car. So I think this is a good complement to the decarbonization efforts, because all of the older cars, which are still on the street and will be on the street for the next decades, they get an option to become carbon neutral and to become decarbonized. Now, this first plant is just a pilot scale, but we are already in the next step to prepare the ramp up of the solution for a size of 55 million liters of e-gasoline production per year. So this then certainly becomes a significant contribution and an example how to decarbonize existing assets, in this case, existing cars. And it's again important to mention that even this e-fuel, it has a chemical characteristic which is similar, if not identical, to conventional fuels, but made from wind and water. It's really decarbonizing a new method for this e-fuel production. So very proud on the progress we have been achieving with our partners for this project in Chile. And to finalize my presentation, here I'm offering some QR codes. So please feel free to take out your cell phone, and each of these QR codes will guide you to more content, be it that you would like to learn more about the Haru-Oni project, the one I just introduced, the e-gasoline project in Chile. We have another application. You can take your time to go into much more details of how this plant works. And on the very right-hand side on the screen, you also find a white paper about ammonia production, because clearly as Siemens Energy, we are not only focused on the methanol route, but also believe in ammonia is going to be very important, be it as a hydrogen carrier, be it for decarbonizing maritime transport, not to say shipping fuel, and other applications. So by this, I hope I could give you some overview what Siemens Energy is doing in this field of green hydrogen. Once again, thanks for this event, the invitation. Looking forward to some of the Q&A towards the end of this session. Thanks again, everybody.
Thank you very much, Andreas. It's always very nice and interesting to see what the German industry, respective Siemens, is doing in this area. As you said, we will come back with our real discussion, but let's just go to one question that we had from our participants, and this is probably the usual most heard question that you usually get. Let's take a look at the Haru-Oni pilot plant. What do you do when you don't have any renewables right now at the place?
Well, we have excellent wind conditions in that particular location. On this entire planet, you maybe have two locations that match this availability of wind speed. One is the Himalaya, and then you have the south of Chile. And I think we're not there yet as an industry to build projects in the Himalaya, but in Chile we can. And the availability of wind around all year, every day, is amazing. So there are very few hours, maybe days per year where the wind speed is not that high. But we factored this into the technical layout and the technical design of this plant. Especially our electrolyzer allows for very flexible operation. So we are really following the available power curve from this wind turbine. And all of the other elements, be it some electrical storage, some gas storage, is designed in a way to optimize the operating philosophy of this plant, because at the end, we want to achieve most competitive production costs for the e-fuel. And this is perfectly fine, just related to wind power, but again, in this location. And probably this is the main impact factor on the competitiveness. You could think about building such type of plants exclusively related to wind power in other geographies, but then you would suffer longer times throughout the year, where the plant would not be operating at its capacity factor. So this is really why Chile and other countries in Latin America have this advantage of abundant renewable electricity sources.
Okay, thank you very much. So in other words, that means so you have some electricity storage installed over there, but of course it's always a matter of money and numbers, how big this electricity storage would be, and to say you have such good conditions over there that you would need, let's say, just 1 day of electricity storage.
It's even less, Ferdinand, because electrical storage is quite expensive. And if you run the overall numbers, our storage is pretty much a process buffer storage. So it's not really any backup power system installed. It's the most economic solution we selected in this case.
All right. Thank you very much, Andreas, and we'll also come back to you in our panel discussion at the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've already heard quite some valuable information, and now I want to welcome Mr. Thomas Fogelsang. Sorry, Thomas Fogelsang. Hello, Thomas. And Thomas is the key account manager from the company Apex Group, and Apex Group, well, they offer solutions for the storage, for the production of hydrogen. So, Thomas, I think everybody's thrilled to see your presentation and your portfolio.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Ferdinand. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Thomas Fogelsang, the key account manager with Apex, responsible for international business development, with a strong focus in South America, with great potential over there, as Andreas just said. And I'm going to take you today through our journey with Apex. Let me just share the presentation.
Please.
I prepare. So. All right, hopefully you can see it.
Yes, in full screen, please go ahead.
So with the Apex Group, we are tackling the biggest challenge humanity is currently facing, and this is to cut down our dependency to fossil fuel. So we aim to provide ways to put hydrogen into all the sectors to decarbonize it and make them fossil fuel free. And I want to start with the first picture. We've just been awarded by the Renewable Energy Cluster in Hamburg Innovation of the Year for our hydrogen hub. You see on the bottom right corner. So this is the way we implemented all our technology into this hydrogen valley we are building. It's an industry park running on green hydrogen. I'm going to take you deeply into that later on in this presentation. So in the Apex Group, we build on three main pillars. The first pillar is storage solution. We developed and we produce hydrogen storage solution. The second, we provide turnkey hydrogen power plant solution for our customers. So we develop modular power to X solution for many industries and sectors. And the third pillar is that we are pioneering the hydrogen market. This is a new market. There is a lot to do, and we are deeply we are fostering new technologies such as LOHC, so liquid organic hydrogen carrier, ammonia, methanol, and so that we could store hydrogen in liquid form. That is the transport of hydrogen overseas, for instance. Let's go deep into our solution. Storage solution, as I said, on the top left corner, you see our first storage solution. This is a 60 bar stationary solution. It can store up to 1,800 kilowatt hour of hydrogen in a 20 feet containers. This is very suitable for stationary solution, and the main advantages of this solution is that it decreases the capex cost for compression. 60 bar, this is quite a low pressure when it comes to hydrogen compression, so that here we can keep the compression capex quite low. The second solution in the middle of this picture is a 350 bar storage container made out 32 single tanks. So higher pressure, of course, higher capacity, suitable for national and regional transport on trucks, for instance. And in one container, 20 foot, this is 11,000 kilowatt hours energy capacity. Of course, the single tanks can be used as fuel tanks for trucks and buses. So we have here a very versatile solution. On the top right corner, you see the solution under development, and this brings us to the topic chemical storage, or LOHC. Here the idea is to transform, to store hydrogen into a liquid carrier, such as formic acid or ammonia or methanol. And so this product will transform hydrogen in a process called hydrogenation, to store hydrogen to a liquid, and then it will do the reverse process at the end of the value chain, which is the dehydrogenation, so we can get hydrogen back of this hydrogen carrier. Let's go ahead. The second pillar is our turnkey power plant. Here we design modular power plant according to our customer needs. Those power plants are made out of several equipments: electrolysis, hydrogen storage, fuel cell, for instance, for different kind of needs. And it can be to be self-sustaining with CO2 neutral electricity, or to decrease the CO2 emission of an industry process, for instance. So we developed two solutions with our customer. They are integrated in their existing infrastructure and they are turnkey ready. So that Apex is the partner from the conception phase to the commission, to the commissioning here with our customer. We supply, of course, all the equipment, and we have here an ecosystem of partners. We supply equipment from Plug Power, Panasonic, for instance, Macri, when it comes to products. And of course, we also have a strong partner in terms of research and development. And here, as for instance, the LICAT Institute, which is one of the most renowned catalysis institute in Europe. Of course, we also going towards power to liquid solution, to manufacture synthetic fuel. Here as well, we are on the process to settle a strategic partnership in that direction. Our power plants are delivered with our own smart energy management system. This is HiSync. This is a solution we developed in-house. This smart energy management system aims to automatically control the power plant based on external data. This software makes a modular basis analysis made of external conditions, as I said, weather condition, for instance, grid condition, load balancing, and so on. It also gives the opportunity to a customer to participate on the energy market. Here, as an example, when electricity prices are low on the spot market, the solution, the facility will likely be buying electricity on the market, store it into hydrogen, and when the spot prices are high, this hydrogen will be, let's say, burned into a fuel cell to generate electricity to be sold on the market with a revenue, with a margin. So here, the ability to make gain and trade on electricity prices as well. Let's go ahead now. By Apex, we walk the talk. Here, the first CO2 neutral industry park. This is our headquarters here in Rostock-Lage in Germany. You see here our own hydrogen power plant solution. This is a 2 megawatt electrolyzer facility. We produce here 150 tons of hydrogen per year. Together with our own hydrogen refueling station here, able to refuel cars and buses. I'm gonna go into details later on. And here you see the extension. The aim is to develop a 105 megawatt electrolyzer facility here on the premises to supply industries that are willing to set production facility data centers here in the vicinity. We have our first off-taker here, the company Rodius. Rodius is a car OEM, and they are so to say, forced to decarbonize their manufacturing process if they want to stay in the supply chain. And this was a way for them to benefit from CO2 neutral heat and electricity provided by our electrolyzer here. And the second off-taker we have is Plug Power, Amazon. Here we deliver Amazon hydrogen for forklifts in a warehouse. So to propel, to fuel hydrogen forklifts over there. This is a pilot project we are currently starting with them. And this is our vision 2030, the expansion in 3 stages, and this will be supplied by a 105 megawatt electrolyzer. Here you see the potential as well in terms of a job possibility, and we are talking about here roughly 3,000 potential jobs in this hydrogen valley. Together, we have here roughly 150 hectares of space. Some of them are already offered. Some of them are still under negotiation with potential company or data centers that are willing to settle here their premises. Let's go ahead now with some of our projects. We are involved in the real estate sectors, mainly here for commercial real estate or hotels to decarbonize electricity, but mostly heat, CO2 neutral heat as well. So our solution range from 100 kilowatts to 500 kilowatt peak energy supply, and this is roughly 120 kilowatt to 200, 300 kilowatt electrolyzer capacity. Here, implementation of such solution, 1.5 years, could be 2 years, depending on external factors. Mobility solution, we offer hydrogen refueling station. Here you see the one we have at our premises in our headquarters. We can refuel here up to 100 cars or 20 buses and trucks per day. And this is roughly 700 kilo of hydrogen daily. So for your information, with 1 kilo of hydrogen, a car is able to drive roughly 100 kilometers. So that gives you the capacity here. Industrial solution. Here an example with Fiege, one of the 3 largest logistic provider in Europe. This is our CO2 neutral warehouses here, providing CO2 neutral electricity and heat, as well as an industrial refueling station for the forklifts. So before we saw a commercial refueling station for cars and buses, here we offer as well the possibility for companies to have their own hydrogen refueling station for their own forklifts or their own car fleets or buses, for instance. And this brings the self-sustainability here, for instance, to 70% in terms of heat and electricity self-sufficiency. And of course, this can only be reached with the implementation of hydrogen into those processes. And finally, biggest solution here, what we call network solution. We see the grid stability in many countries to be undermined because of the growth of renewable power. Renewable power are power that are not controllable, that they fluctuate, so to say, and hydrogen offers the capacity to buffer that and to act against this grid instability. So hydrogen can replace a natural gas station. A natural gas station Well, a good way, let's say, when we don't talk about the CO2 emission, well, a good way to very easily get powers when the grid is unstable. But now you have hydrogen power plant that can do the same with CO2 neutral emissions. And this brings us to the end of our presentation today. I'm looking forward to hearing from your questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Very interesting presentation as well. Before we come to our panel discussion, just one question maybe to clarify. You have shown us the project from Amazon and from Fiege. Did I understand you correct that both are like for the forklifts inside of the facility, inside their production facility?
Well, for Fiege, this is a solution in-house at the customer place. So the goal is for them to produce their own hydrogen, so to say. And by Amazon, as pilot project, the hydrogen will be produced at the Apex premises we saw and delivered with tube trailers to their facility. So that's the main difference here. One is a decentralized solution and one is a local production of hydrogen.
So that means, as you said, yeah, Amazon is closely located to the Apex group, to your facility, and then you just transport it via trailer.
Yeah, a few hundred kilometers away. That's right. And
400. Okay.
With that kind of distance, it makes commercially sense to transport it using gas-formed tube trailers. Or we could also imagine the future when the offtake is becoming bigger, using pipelines. So just as we are using pipeline to transport natural gas today.
Yes. Yes. All right. And yeah, as you said, and at the place of Fiege, they have got your complete solution. They have electrolyzer over there, and they have the buffer, and they have the use appliances. Let's say that.
That's right. Electrolyzer, a CHP, combined heat and power unit. This is the most efficient solution when it comes to produce heat from hydrogen. The electrolyzer for the electricity, and of course some storage buffer, some Apex storage containers as well that act as buffer, and as I stated it before, an industrial refueling station to refuel forklifts over there.
All right. Thank you very much, Thomas. And now please close your presentation, and I would like to invite again Javier, Rodrigo and Andreas for our panel discussion. And of course, you, Thomas, as well, please keep your camera activated.
Okay.
All right. Welcome back, gentlemen, and thank you very much for your valuable presentations around the whole hydrogen topic, which is, of course, a very ongoing, very trendy topic, how to say, here in Germany. And yeah, we have spoken a lot of possibilities of projects in the making. So yeah, I think we are really still in a very early phase of the hydrogen market. What do you think, when will those projects be viable without any subsidies or any other help from the government? Maybe Rodrigo, you could start, please.
Yeah, my answer in Spanish. Yo creo que, a ver, en Chile ya se están dando las primeras señales para los proyectos. De hecho, el proyecto que comentó Andreas es uno de los primeros proyectos que hay. Javier también comentó uno de los primeros proyectos en minería. Hay más proyectos en minería que están trabajando en ello. Entonces, yo creo que ya ha comenzado de cierta forma el desarrollo de proyectos en Chile. Hay más de 60 proyectos en planificación. entre grandes, medianos y pequeños en Chile, los cuales están esperando ciertas señales, como por ejemplo el tema de los takers. El gran problema en el fondo es quién está dispuesto a pagar por hidrógeno o derivados, no sé, amoníaco, etcétera, a un precio mayor actual de lo que hay con combustible o un insumo alternativo, que el insumo tradicional. Pero ya se están dando señales que las empresas ya están empezando a probar distintas alternativas porque ven que de aquí al 2030 el costo de producir hidrógeno y sus derivados va a caer, similarmente a lo que pasó con la fotovoltaica, que desde el 2010 hasta la fecha ha caído un 80% del CAPEX. Eso significa que va a habilitar distintas aplicaciones en las distintas áreas. Entonces, hemos tenido muchas reuniones con distintos sectores económicos, los cuales están interesados en empezar por lo menos ya a entender el hidrógeno y a manejar el hidrógeno. Y eso es una señal inequívoca cuando las empresas empiezan a colocar dinero sobre la mesa para poder realizar estos proyectos. Es verdad, Chile no tiene subsidios, como está en Europa, pero efectivamente no es un tema directamente financiero, que para algunos proyectos sí, por supuesto, pero lo primero es entender el modelo de negocio y con eso ya poder habilitar los proyectos de hidrógeno.
All right, thank you very much for the clarification. Andreas, I would like to hear you next, because you are, well, one of the, not you, but Siemens, of course, is one of the producers for the whole technologies and industries behind that. So yeah, well, all those technologies will be scaled up in the next years and the production volume will in total completely increase. So could we also see a big decrease in prices for these technologies as well? Let's say compared to photovoltaics, which has also had a huge decrease in price in the last decades.
Ferdinand, I think that the comparison with the historical price development of PV is somehow a good guidance. At least this is what we saw when technologies are being scaled up in the utility scale, and we also believe there's going to be some cost out as an industry overall. And Rodrigo just said that we will see viable projects without subsidies before 2030, and I fully agree. I think this is really going to happen over the next 5 years probably. What I'm hearing or what I'm seeing is that stakeholders in our industry are observing very much the H2 Global process from Germany. And we are expecting in the next calendar year the first round of H2 Global mechanism. So this is kind of a market-making mechanism. After that, we will have a good impression of how far away are the production costs of most competitive projects versus the willingness to pay for decarbonized energies from the off-takers. And I think that this gap will not be that high. We even see recently rising natural gas prices. So I believe that over the next 5 years, we're going to really come to some viable, large scale-up of these industries without subsidies. Because at the same time, we also know the pressure is increasing on governments, on institutions, on the society to decarbonize. And for me, a big driver of making projects viable without subsidy is what is the product we are decarbonizing. Think about green commodities like a green steel. And then to integrate green hydrogen in the production process, the cost per ton of steel is not increasing that much. And I think this will be the pull from the end users, the pull from these commodities that will make projects viable without subsidies, I would say, even over the next 5 years.
Thank you very much. And just one more question for this, for you, Thomas, for you, Andreas. So projects could be viable, and we've got two guys from Chile sitting here, and they are sitting in the sunniest spot in the world with best wind conditions. But could those projects be also soon be viable in other markets? Let's say you are in Brazil, or let's say in Mexico or Central America.
I think that they will, because it's complementary. I also applaud to what Rodrigo and the GIZ just presented, the Latin American platform. This is not about competing. It's about a continent that is rich in renewable sources. Every energy market in the past has its own characteristics. There are different strong domestic industries which will allow for one or the other, maybe chemical route, to be ramped up faster or earlier. So I believe this is a complementary effort, but for Latin America overall, a huge opportunity to participate in the decarbonization of the supply chains worldwide and delivering the wind and the sunshine from this continent in form of hydrogen and its derivatives to other economic centers. And I think this is really benefiting all of the countries and societies here in Latin America.
And actually, maybe Javier, you could maybe also already go to this question that I'm saying now. As we can see that those energies will be ramped up, yeah, well, the price will decrease, and as Andreas has said, well, I guess Latin America will not really be a huge exporter of pure hydrogen, but they will even move up in the value chain of production and well, export more valuable other products made out of green hydrogen. So.
Justamente, Ferdinand, y muchas gracias por la pregunta. Uno de los grandes gatillantes que se está generando en la minería es los cambios hacia las energías verdes, hacia las energías limpias. Entonces, el aumento de la demanda de energías limpias está viéndose en los contratos. Muchas compañías mineras grandes de Chile están migrando a contratos 100% renovables, varios que ya partieron, que iniciaron esta senda, otros que ya están en 2022 con 100% energía renovable. Eso está abriendo el camino incluso para que las mismas compañías mineras instalen proyectos de energía renovable en sus faenas. Eso va a redundar justamente en que puedan disminuir su huella de carbono de alcance 2, pero el alcance 1, los combustibles directos, como el caso del hidrógeno, va a ser la única forma de poder disminuir esa huella empleando este tipo de tecnologías. Lo que menciona Andreas, lo que mencionó Tomás, son proyectos que justamente la minería está comenzando a ver de manera piloto, en el caso de Chile, con las iniciativas que mostramos, de Fort Rift, de Anglo American, por ejemplo, y otras más que están viniendo, de transporte principalmente, los camiones, CAEX. Entonces, creo que es uno de los grandes gatillantes, esto de poder ser una minería verde, en el sentido de que tenga menor huella de carbono asociada a su consumo de combustible.
All right, thank you very much, Javier. And another question, it's actually coming from the audience. In Europe, we are still far away from that, well, hydrogen industry on a big scale. Could Latin America export enough green products to Europe? Or would you just produce them mainly for your markets because you also have a huge demand?
Well, maybe Ferdinand, I take this question. I think it's going to be a result of competitiveness, and we see that the European Union has been a very important production hub for technology-intensive chemical processes, and the German industry, for example, needs to gain access to competitive and decarbonized energy supplies to make sustainable the production and also employment in Germany and the European Union. So it's a continent hungry to import competitive energies from other geographies that may be more competitive. This is true for other commodities that will be consumed. So I think even if hydrogen is new and this power to X, but the natural laws almost of science of how supply chains and economies work will not change, and therefore it's still about competitive factors and I think even higher integrated supply chains and world economy. So I think this is this is going to be the same mechanisms as in the past.
All right, thank you. Do you want to add something, Javier?
No.
Sorry, Rodrigo, please.
Sí, quería hacer hincapié o resaltar el hecho que, y lo dije en la presentación, cuando se elabora la estrategia en Chile, por ejemplo, se habla primero de un consumo local. Si bien es cierto, nosotros como mercado somos un mercado pequeño y pensamos en mercado de exportación, pero hay que tomar la variable que tiene que ver con la ciudadanía. ¿En qué sentido digo esto? En la sostenibilidad del país. Si tú solamente dedicas a hacer proyectos de exportación, lo que estás haciendo es tomando la energía y empaquetarla y enviarla afuera. Eso implica utilización de territorios, etc. Entonces tiene que haber un componente local, una utilización local para que el país vea beneficios, y no solamente Chile, sino que cada país que esté desarrollando el hidrógeno vea que hay un beneficio para el país también, y en el caso de Chile, como tenemos tanta potencial, poder exportarlo, porque si no también tendríamos un problema también de sostenibilidad respecto a las comunidades donde están estos grandes proyectos, porque van a tener grandes utilizaciones de terrenos para la producción de energía verde, etc. Entonces, eso tiene que ser considerado. Por eso tiene que haber un equilibrio entre lo que es el consumo local para cubrir las necesidades y de descarbonización de los países, y por otro lado la exportación a mercados que van a requerir, porque ellos no pueden hacerlo, van a requerir hidrógeno, amoníaco, diésel sintético, etc. Entonces, es un punto a considerar que justamente también lo estamos estudiando por el hecho de la certificación del hidrógeno verde, no solamente que venga de energía renovable, sino que también haya un respeto por las comunidades, por la afectación, por el uso del agua, de la superficie, fauna, flora, etcétera, que también puede afectar a la larga a los países, y especialmente en Latinoamérica, que han sido países tradicionalmente extractivos, donde sacan las cosas y llevan a otros lugares. Entonces yo creo que el hidrógeno es la oportunidad para equilibrar esa cosa.
All right, thank you very much, Rodrigo. And I also want to point out what you said in your presentation is, if you look on the economical or also social aspects of the hydrogen topic, you said that up to 40,000 new jobs could be implemented in Chile until 2050. Of course, the figures would differ for other countries, but in general, we could say that it's not only an industry, but also an employment opportunity for young people in your countries growing as well. Thank you very much. And now, Thomas, I want to get back to you with a last question, because you had already this project where you transport the H2. And let's talk about the transport and how long is it viable or economical feasible to transport, and how far?
Well, that's a very good question, and the entire industry is of course working on that, and that's why we talk about the so-called LOHC or ammonia, because it makes commercially sense up to a certain amount of kilometers. So everything above 4,000 kilometers needs to be transported using hydrogen carrier method. So the gaseous form does not make commercially sense, generally speaking. So if for regional transport, it makes sense to transport hydrogen into pressurized tanks or into pipelines, of course. If we want to cross the sea, and that's what we are going to see in the near future, countries such as Brazil or Chile are going to export their huge potential to serve the European and American market, for instance. And you need here a more dense carrier. And we need here a solution to store hydrogen into ammonia, for instance. And this, it has been, there is some interesting analysis we also performed here. It makes more sense to produce hydrogen and ammonia, for instance, in Chile and transport it. Even with the transport, it's still cheaper than produce this in Europe or in Germany, for instance. And that's because of their renewable potential. They have one of the biggest renewable potential on Earth. If we take Chile, they have 70 times the potential in comparison to their demand. So they are net exporter of energy, so to say. Exactly.
Yeah. And well, exactly. I think what you said is also very important. Like ammonia is one of the base chemicals for the chemical industry. Let's say more or less every chemical company could use with this as a raw material, as a feedstock. And as far as I know, it can be stored without pressure, and so it's easy
exactly.
and more or less safe to transfer.
And it's very versatile. As you said, you can use it as an energy carrier. You could also use it as feedstock for nitrogen fertilizer. And if we look at the price, at the spot price, for instance, of ammonia today, I mean, the prices are very high on the spot markets. So this is a use case where producing its own ammonia, green hydrogen based, already makes sense under such circumstances.
All right, thank you very much. Well, give me one last second because we have one more. Okay, we've got the hint from the chat that ammonia is stored at some pressure and about -33 degrees. But I think it's still a difference in comparison to compressing hydrogen, for example, right? Yeah. All right, guys, I would like to talk for hours with you because we've got so much more points. For example, I just noted the last words from Thomas' presentation. Water is the coal of the future. That could be another point for a whole discussion regarding the deserts in Chile and in Morocco and elsewhere where they all want to produce hydrogen. But for now, we have to come to an end so that we still are in time. So once again, I would like to thank all of you again for your participation. It would be great if you could send me your presentations again so that we can disseminate them to our participants. I think there will be a lot of interest in this topic and in your presentations. And of course, we would like to share your contact data as well, if that's fine for you. And so for now, thank you very much, guys. And I wish you the best.
Thanks, everyone. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and now that's it for our first panel. But of course, we are not done yet for today. So we will have a short coffee break right now. The program is actually scheduled to start in 5 minutes again. So just give me a minute to breathe. So we'll start in 10 minutes. I will just let this screen here open. You can stay here in the conference. The next session will also as well be here inside this Zoom event. So just grab a coffee, have a rest, a cigarette if that's healthy for you. And we will see us again in 5 minutes. So sorry, in 10 minutes. So thank you very much and see you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you back to the beginning of our second session for today of our conference program from our virtual trade fair ExpoVirtual GreenTech for Latin America. As I stated before, of course, you have the opportunity to talk with all our exhibitors. You can log in or register for free at our trade fair and find further information about the whole program, the speakers and opportunities, how you could contact them. I will just once again write the domain here. And, yes, and at this point, I would also like to welcome and introduce our next and first speaker of our second session. Stefan, are you there already? Ah, you were hiding, okay. Yeah. So,
hello, good evening.
Hello, Stefan. Nice to have you here and welcome to our event. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Stefan Büttner, well, he has not only one position or role, he has quite a bunch of them, but we decided to present you Mr. Büttner as the director of the Global Strategy and Impact from the Institute for Energy Efficiency in Production, which is an institute of the University of Stuttgart, which has very well-known reputation for technology, and of course, you know which companies are located in Stuttgart, so they are really at the core of the German industry. And well, Stefan will give us today a little bit of an insight of how energy efficiency in the industry is thought and seen in Germany. Stefan, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Ferdinand. I shall start sharing my screen, and
we can see your screen. Yes.
Yes, wonderful. Good. All right. This topic is very, very vast. I could give you examples or figures of so many different aspects. However, the time that we can allocate tonight isn't sufficient to go into depth in any of those thematic areas, which is why I aim at giving you a broad overview. And I understand we could address some of those later on in the panel. Some of the other speakers will go into them a little bit deeper. And of course, there's also potential follow-ups where we can dive in a little bit more. So improving energy efficiency these days is tied very closely also with another topic that we are all more and more aware of. And that is what happens around us in terms of the changing climate and also the international negotiations on climate aspects. And in order to dive in effectively, I would like to underline that we need to create first and foremost clarity about the terminology, because we use them very often. Climate neutrality, carbon neutrality, those words are often used as synonyms. However, they are not. For example, New York Times indicated that when the Japanese government changed in October 2020, that the new leadership in Japan aims for carbon neutrality. A body in the UK reported Japan is aiming for climate neutrality. And we do have that in many, many instances in different languages. The only people who really know what Japan aims at are people that read the original source, Japanese. And it's the same thing in companies, the same thing in various countries, that we think it's nearly the same, but actually it's not. CO2 neutrality actually only means CO2 emissions, whereas climate neutrality goes further. It contains also methane and other gases that are harmful to the environment and lead to global warming. And the reason for the misunderstanding often lies into the measuring unit, because greenhouse gases are measured in CO2 equivalents, and we very often lose the equivalent. So in order to tailor an effective strategy to improve on energy efficiency on the national, the European, the Latin American, the global emissions targets, we need to know net zero on what? Net zero CO2 or net zero greenhouse gases, or what are we talking of? Only then we can tailor an effective strategy. Now, why net zero? The reason is, apart from what we see if we are looking at where we are living, where we are working, that the societal expectations are rising from different areas, from the young generation, from scarce personnel, from investors, from governments, from particularly increasingly also the supply chain, and carbon pricing. We see more and more regions in this world where carbon pricing systems are being developed, are implemented, and at the last climate conference, we also heard rumors, or at least intentions, that there is the need for a global price on emissions. I guess it will take a while until we see that come into place. However, even if our country that we are now from does not have a color on this chart, it's quite likely that we have a client, that we supply somebody in those countries. And since companies operating in any of those colorful areas have only the chance of applying the same approach in every country in this world, because otherwise they would be open for bad publicity if they try to operate on a carbon-friendly regime in some countries and did something completely different in different countries. They would get very, very bad press and may even face boycotts. So depending on where the client company is headquartered or the client base, the end consumer is allocated. So it's actually a topic for everybody, everywhere. However, the emphasis differs. But that's not for today. Now, why is this particularly relevant for industry? And there we also only need to look around a little bit in wherever we are at the moment. For example, I am in a building right now, and everything I have is somehow related to industry. Why is it related to industry? This remote here has been designed where? In a factory. My clothing, the whole building elements, all ingredients, most of the things, everything that we haven't done 100% from scratch, once was on the drawing board in a factory at any point, anywhere in this world. So that is where the critical decisions are being taken. Where is the material sourced? How is it transported to me? How is it manufactured? How is it designed? Can it be recycled? How energy efficient is the production, but also the product in its use time? How recyclable is it, and how well can I repair it? So all these decisions are taken in industry, which is why the industrial sector is at the key of success or failure. So therefore, let's focus now on the industrial sector and see what the industrial sector in Germany is doing and how that could replicate to your countries, to your companies. So which targets are companies setting themselves? By when do they want to achieve them, and how? There we asked companies a couple of questions. For example, whether they do consider the footprint, the energy consumption, or the material use of new products. And many companies already do that, but the number of companies is increasing. With the supply chain issues that we have more and more to deal with, particularly in the last couple of months when it gets to accessing computer chips or wood or precious metals, we more and more see that it also makes sense to look very closely at material efficiency. So how can I make my product with using less material on the one hand side, but also design it in a way that I can take back an old product when I sell a new one and and get more secondary resources, secondary raw materials out of there to increase my resilience in terms of either the price for raw materials or the accessibility. But looking at the question by when companies in Germany want to decarbonize and how, we asked that question in autumn 2019, when just after Bosch announced that they become climate neutral by 2020, and the New York Climate Summit created a really big momentum where many companies and investors made pledges. We were wondering, what does industry in general aim at? And we were surprised to see that already a very large share of companies aims becoming climate neutral. And that was about 50% of companies. And those 50% we asked, by when do you aim at your neutrality? And there we see on the left-hand side of this chart that the majority of companies, 2/3 of them, aim at becoming net zero by the middle of this decade, so by 2025. Then COVID came and we asked a bit further, how do you want to achieve that? And then we asked through energy efficiency, emissions reductions through different processes, self-generation of energy. And irrespective of company size, we found that 60% of the measures companies plan to implement are of a local nature, giving them the control of how it happens and where it happens, because you never know whether you have the means of getting access to renewables that are not your own, or of compensatory measures that are trustworthy. Now, this is the illustration from a company size perspective, and that is a very, very ambitious aim, getting a reduction of 23 percentage points based on 2019. And one may wonder, so how does it look for very energy intensive industries or not at all energy intensive industries? And there we see, and it was surprising for us, that irrespective of energy intensity, the average, and that is the black horizontal line in those colorful boxes, is almost on the same level, irrespective of the intensity. It becomes a bit different when we look at the motivation of emissions reduction. And there we found that companies that were primarily motivated by investors to decarbonize have by far more ambitious decarbonization goals. Similar for companies that are primarily triggered by image improvement motivations, or by the motivation of the reduction of cost risks. Surprisingly, government requirements trigger the least ambitious reduction targets on average. What we found overall is that economically, however, it makes sense to focus on local measures, because that gives the best control, the best resilience over operational costs, running costs, and also decoupling from the predictable energy price developments and energy supply issues, and also emission price developments. So therefore, the best means of ensuring resilience in manufacturing, I can only recommend going for on-site optimization, using local generation integration, and then only go for the off-site measures in areas where efficiency either cannot happen immediately, or where additional activities are necessary. In many instances, you will start off with lots of off-site measures and reduce them down simultaneously to improving on the on-site measures, become less and less dependent. Now, however, where does the industry stand now? Because I said you need to have a strategy, you need to know what you're talking of in order to effectively achieve the goals. There we asked manufacturers on whether they are aware of their footprints, their energy-related footprint, so from the energy sources they use, but also the process-related footprint, so the emissions arising from their operations, not from the energy. And there we found that, again, irrespective of company size, almost irrespective, the majority of companies doesn't know yet their emissions footprint. And should emission pricing be a topic in your country, then this is a big issue, because only then you know what costs you may face, and also on what baseline you can optimize on. Secondly, we asked companies whether they were aware on their savings potentials in cross-cutting technologies. And on the right-hand side, we noticed that the majority of companies has no understanding yet on their percentage improvement potentials. So that improvements are feasible, yes, but not what percentage. Again, to squeeze out efficiency through efficiency measures, understanding and assessing the technical means, what's feasible, is a critical point of success. Now, why is that? Is that an issue of money? And there we found through interviews with companies, conversations, but also asking empirically, that in many cases, except for micro companies and for very energy intensive companies, there's not an issue with access to money in Germany. That may be different in your country, because many companies finance their efficiency activities through their equity or through loans. And loans in Germany are not dependent on what you use the money for, as long as you're principal trustworthy financially. It is more a question on the decision within companies to go for it. And that is a critical factor, also explaining why here, when it comes to the use of subsidies, we found that the smaller a company is, the less often it intends to make use of subsidies or special programs, because of the time and effort involved and finding out which programs are suitable to one's needs. But how to make it happen effectively? Well, first of all, from a governance angle, it's important to find out how effective the policies are, what measures are taken, and what companies plan in order to understand what is the most fitting approach. And the ingredients to succeed are understanding companies' plans and actions, and then tailor fitting policies addressing these. And there I'm happy to say that, similar to the data I presented you from Germany, we have prepared a questionnaire for Spanish-speaking countries. We have a dedicated country questionnaire for Mexico, but we have a global version in Spanish that I'm inviting you to participate in. And the link is here on this QR code. We not only do that in Germany and in Mexico and in Spanish-speaking countries, but in total in 10 different languages, so that it's accessible for the whole world. But going to practical points now, how can I make use of those potentials? And what are the highest and the best technologies promising the biggest savings? The biggest savings can in fact realized through, technically speaking, the widespread application of high temperature heat pumps. That alone is able to reduce 1/4 of the industry's overall energy demand. However, as this is not everywhere feasible, it's also worthwhile looking at the secondary and tertiary item, which is the widespread application of intelligent drive technologies. That means pumps and electric motors with variable speed drives. Also optimizing energy network systems. That means putting sensors and control systems at ideal settings and utilize means of digitalization to make the overall system more efficient. How can I do that? There are 4 points of intervention. One of them is adjustment of installed power, It's like driving a car with a manual shift, and you aim, the optimal point of operation is at between 2,500 turns. If you go much lower, the engine might die off. If you go higher, you burn unnecessary amounts of energy. And similar in the computer chip industry, we have a tendency towards more chips that are specialized and cheaper than one super highly developed one that takes lots of energy and is very expensive. With control technology, I don't need to switch on every engine at once. I could also cascade the start of my engines and reduce the peak load. Also, I could save lots of energy if I looked at which engine needs to be on standby or can be sent to a deep standby or even turned off. Also, optimization of process time and process temperature in heat applications could not only save energy, but also optimize output. And then, of course, making use of what's left, for example, waste heat. Going briefly into some technologies that are highlighted, even though lighting promises the highest relative savings, it only makes up 2% of the overall energy consumption or the energy consumption. And therefore, other technologies promise better overall outcomes, for example, compressed air. And there, similar to many other processes, it's important to start from the application end and then work backwards. So the end user, then the piping, or in heating applications, the heating system, insulation, air tightness, leakages, and then the compressor. And there, for example, we developed for 200 euros a thermal imaging camera and a Raspberry Pi microcomputer. And that gave us a very cheap automatic leakage detection device. There's a link at the end that I can share. Also in heating systems, lots of potentials, for example, through system optimization, thermal insulation, heat recovery, and again, the compressor system. On heat recovery, that is a black box for many because we are talking so much about electrification of everything and forget about the factor of heat, also in many policies. And that is harmful because heat makes up more than 2/3 of the industrial energy demand, and particularly waste heat is very often overlooked. That's something we see in the orange box. It happens in many instances that we don't really notice, for example, air conditioning system or processed exhaust, but we can also reuse it for creating new heat or cooling down processes or to generate power. That can be, for example, used to store the surplus heat underneath the basement of a new factory, or a retrofit might work as well, and then use the surplus heat to heat up the building when it's cold outside. There are many waste heat technologies around. However, a quarter of companies don't use any of them. So there's the potentials in waste heat are not used at all. So bringing the topics all together, bringing all the different fields together, we also need to consider system-wide solutions, for example, industrial smart grid applications. And here, direct current technologies are quite promising because they allow us to integrate electric storage and electric generation through, for example, photovoltaic without additional infrastructure. And they allow us to recuperate energy. For example, if you have two robots, one is lifting, one is dropping something. But also you don't need any data infrastructure because that data information can be transported over the power lines. Putting that all together, we can feed in CO2 neutral producers, we can stockpile energy through storage, we can condition the mainline connection, and we can save conversion losses and remain modularly adaptable. However, it needs to be kept in mind that in order to be successful, we need to combine a very big variety of measures, and efficiency needs to be installed and vetted on the highest level of the company in order to really unleash its power. However, it's also very important to note the situation of each company is different. It depends on your focus, why you do it, what your situation is, what you want to achieve, and based on that, your puzzle of interventions falls together. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for this very good presentation. I've directly got one question. You said that you have this this panel or this questionnaire in all these different languages. So is it already like a online link to fill out?
Yes.
Yeah. Could you maybe share that link just in our group chat? That would be great.
Yeah. I have my team joining, and in fact, they will post 2 links.
Okay.
This one here for attendees from Mexico, and this one here for attendees from other Spanish-speaking countries, and they will also post the general one, which is in English.
All right, and so this is set for the Mexican industry, but the participants from, I don't know, let's say Peru could also fill that out, or
they would go for the second link here.
Okay, for the general one in Spanish.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's basically Mexico and Spanish. It is overall in Spanish, and it's overall in English.
Okay, so let's say Spanish for international Spanish-speaking countries. Yeah. Okay. We just had this question. I would like to answer that. Yeah, of course, we will share the presentation afterwards, and as we said, you will receive the link as well. But we will just write the link here right now in the chat. So yeah, thank you very much, Stefan. I think, as you said, you have to leave early, so that's why I just want to go to 1 or 2 questions right now. So you said decarbonization in Germany, those companies who are thriving for decarbonization, they actually want to reach this quite soon. So you said in 2025 or in 2030, a lot of those companies want to reach decarbonization. And what I also got from your presentation is that not really every company wants to go for decarbonization. You said the big ones are the first ones or the major ones. And that's why, because they are driven by the investors or by the public in the background who set goals and want to reduce the general output of greenhouse gases worldwide, right?
Yeah. And there we need to keep in mind that is particularly dominant in the automotive industry, where we have a few, we're basically an oligopoly. We have about a dozen large companies that own virtually almost all other car brands that are around. And they were the ones under biggest pressure. The diesel scandal, for example, they were urged to move very quickly into a more societally approvable area. And then they announced, okay, we do electric vehicles. And then people said, wait a moment, batteries are bad in terms of their production. And then they were forced to say, yeah, that's correct, but we will deliver them with a 0 footprint. Yeah. So for example, Tesla, at least in the beginning, also sold their cars with free electricity, meaning then net 0 over the lifetime of the car, the usable life. Volkswagen announced that they will hand over with a net 0 carbon footprint. And that is the game-changing moment, because the automotive supply chain is so huge globally, and they manufacture their cars in so many countries. And at the same time, in the assembly of a car, you only have about 10% of the emissions. You have the assembly and the coating. And 90% of the automotive, the emissions of a car that you get from the dealer are in the supply chain beforehand. So with the equivalence of Bosch, etc., with the equivalence of steel and aluminium producing companies, those that do the seats, the tires. So basically it translates into so many different sectors that deliver components. And companies more and more get into the situation that they put conditions on the contracts with their suppliers that they have to reduce the carbon footprint, because otherwise the OEMs, the Volkswagens, the General Motors, etc., would have to pay for the compensation. Obviously, they don't want to do that. So they may be able to do that or willing in the beginning, but they will eventually pass that on, that the suppliers will have to deal with that. And they cannot afford doing it differently in different countries. Not economically, and also not policy-wise.
All right, thank you very much. And I would also like to refer to the other presentation from Andreas Eisfelder from Siemens before. He has shown us this hydrogen or methanization plant in Chile, and actually the order comes from Porsche company, because Porsche also wants to use renewable fuels in their cars, or at least in their old cars. And so they are also publicity driven to more sustainability and to a higher use of renewable energies in general. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Stefan, for your presentation. And I'm sending best regards to Stuttgart and wish you a good time. Thank you.
Hasta la próxima.
Gracias. And well, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on now, and we will listen to Mr. Richard Plum. Richard, are you already there?
Yes. Hello. Greetings from Essen in Germany. Good evening. Good morning.
Welcome, and greetings from Berlin to Hessen, my home state. Yeah, Richard, your company ProCom, well, you will go into details, of course, but your presentation will be about the general digitalization and the use of artificial intelligence for industries like the energy generation and industries in general. So I think you're fitting here very good into this panel. Let's just jump into your presentation, please.
Thanks a lot. I'm going to share my screen, and here we go.
And
so
you can see it, please. Yeah.
Let's have a quick look on ProCom, the company I'm working for in the international business. We are one of the leading companies for optimization and forecasting solutions around energy generation and energy demand in Europe. So what we do is we build up digital twins, so to say, from the reality, and digitize processes, look after the energy data management, control assets, control storages, and optimize the whole, so to say, energy system to be more cost efficient, to bring energy to markets, and also to calculate and optimize how to use a lot of renewables, and so to save CO2 and reduce also the carbon footprint of a company as well. ProCom in a nutshell, it was founded in 1977, and since 1995 the company is active in the energy industry, starting with German municipals and building up optimization software solutions to control and optimize the production of power and heat in combination. We are over more than 60 employees from 12 different nations. 75% of us have a university degree, so it's a, so to say, really engineering company. Our headquarters in Aachen, Germany, but we also have offices in Cologne, Berlin, and China. In Europe, we deal and work for over 100 clients, energy trading companies, energy generating companies, as well as the industry companies. And yes, what do we deliver? What do we do for these companies? It's like software around energy generation and trading, optimization and forecasting. And around this, we also deliver the consulting services. As we have our experience with the German energy Wende, we bring this knowledge and the products you need to integrate renewables to reduce carbon footprint into your business and into other markets, as I am responsible with my department for all the business out of Europe. So actually we're heading up and having projects in Latin America, and also we're doing our business in China. And yes, I think these numbers, we can just go over them, like we're optimizing and trading and planning over 60 gigawatt in Europe. I'm happy to have the 4 biggest German cities as well as our clients. We optimize their heat, their electricity production, heat production, storages and demand. And generally, if customers use our solutions, they have 50% increase in their earnings. And that, so to say, is the little information about our company. But now let's have a look at the projects. You see, the classical customers and companies who deal with energy production, energy consumptions are the utilities, like customers we have who really produce the energy and deliver it to the customers. Because of the liberalization of a market, it comes down to the point where you have energy trading markets, day ahead, intraday. So where you have this decoupling between a generation, grid, exchange, and end customer. So you also have the trading companies who also need solutions, digitization, to be able to have a platform where people come together who sell energy, who need energy, also with different, so to say, qualities of energy. In the history, you just had one, for example, in Europe or in Germany, one market where you have the energy, trade energy, and you do not know if it's green energy, if it is produced by coal power plants or maybe by wind farms. And now, beside this trading itself, it goes more and more into this trading beside certificate trading, that you also buy a quality of the energy you use. For example, as a company, you have targets like 50% or 80% of your energy has to be carbon free or green. So it goes more and more into these adding certificates to your traded energy, as well as the green power purchase agreements. This also affects the grid and system operators. And what we see is that also, as you can see in this list of our customers, that the industry is more aware of optimizing their own energy use. Also, they want to produce energy on their own. On the one hand, because they want to have green energy. So a company like BMW or BASF, one I'm going to show you later, they install in Germany, for example, their own wind farms, their own photovoltaic farms. That leads to the fact that they have to optimize and forecast the renewable productions. They install batteries and they also take energy from the grid. In Latin America, for example, we see that clients and projects are in the interest of having a grid system that you can rely on your own electricity generation, because the supply by the grid is not that good. If you have a steel production or a company who is producing food, or you need to cool something, and you have a grid that cannot deliver the energy in a good quality or a stable energy over all the time, you depend on your own energy storages, batteries, and on your own generation. So there we also have a little shift between the single interest for companies in Europe, for example, industry companies who go into these processes to produce green energy and save CO2. And in Latin America, and I'm happy to get feedback from you and to discuss it with you later, in Latin America, we especially see that companies who contact us are interested not only in green energy, but also having a stable supply of energy, where we need more energy storages like batteries, more renewables, also maybe gas motors, that they, if the grid is not stable, the grid frequency is dropping down, they can rely on their own generation. And so for this, what we do, and also what companies need to do this, is somehow have forecasts for the demand you have, the demand of the needed energy, the forecast of the generations. So if you have renewable energies like wind or photovoltaic, you need to know how much you produce today, tomorrow, that you maybe can say, okay, I have to ramp down my production or ramp up my conventional energy production as well. And also, if you trade on short-term or long-term energy markets, you also need price forecasts. The whole portfolio you have must be optimized. So optimizing in this sense means that the generation you have, the demand you have, and the control of the assets who produce energy, who need energy, have to be fitted. You need a matching to have the best energy economic way to produce energy at the right moment. Also to decide, do I produce my energy now? Do I produce it later? Or do I put it in the battery? When do I buy electricity from a local market? Or when do I sell energy? If I, for example, if my batteries are full, I do not need electricity by now at the weekend, or do I gonna sell this automatically on a day ahead market to make some extra money? And this leads to the point where companies also need, so to say, a trading assistant, intraday trading assistant or a day ahead trading assistant, meaning that the energy, the flexibility you have in your assets can mean additional electricity or energy you do not need for your own, so you can sell it and bring it to the market to have some extra revenue on that. So the points for this are that digitization means a lot of data to be processed, a lot of information, especially when you have renewable energies like the forecasting. What are your assets? What is the production of your assets? What are you? What do you need? What kind of energy is flowing in which system to which area of an industry park, for example? So this means a lot of effort in your energy data management. What we see also in Europe by now, and I think the same in Latin America, is this this new topic, not new, but it's bringing more and, or it's brought more and more to the market, the sector coupling. That means you have electricity. This electricity can be used to produce steam or heat, or even with the electricity you produce hydrogen. You store this hydrogen in a gas storage. Later on, you use this hydrogen to drive cars, or you use electricity from a battery to put it into the mobility. So sector coupling means really bringing the industry sectors like the energy business, the industry business, the transportation business together by coupling the different types of energy, electricity into heat, heat again into steam, into electricity, into gas, all these different topics. We see in general that the more of your processes you have in a digital way, not copy pasting from one Excel document into the other, but really having one single point of truth, one database in your company where all the information I talked about run together, you just reduce your costs, you have a better risk monitoring, so to say, and can increase revenues because you're in a situation where you can decide faster and even see how much energy do I need now, tomorrow, next week, or even next month for forecasting, and take this into your decision of your energy trading, for example. And of course, it supports the decarbonization and your sustainable planning. And this worldwide is more and more important, not only for the energy business itself, but also we see for the whole different industries worldwide. Let me give you one example of BMW, customer of us. What you see is here the BMW industry park in Leipzig, in Germany. And they are producing over 1,000 vehicles per day. In 2018, they were producing nearly 250,000 cars. Their energy production is around 80 gigawatt hours electrical energy, 300 gigawatt hours thermal energy, and they also have 4 megawatt additional energy production to give this back to the grid for trading it as reserve capacity. And as you can see here, we have a photovoltaic park and also near to this industry site, wind turbines, big ones. That means for this industry site, BMW decided to install 4 wind turbines, their own combined heat and power production power plant, 7 megawatt electricity, 7 megawatt thermal, and also 4 boilers with again 60 megawatt. This then leads to a sustainability management also in control and optimized with our solutions. And they now saw, all right, per vehicle, we need 2.12 megawatt hours of energy. It's very interesting to have this number 1. So you need per vehicle, you need 2.12 megawatt hours of energy. And this means 0.4 tons of CO2 emissions per vehicle. With our solution now, they are able to track these numbers directly, and the more renewables they install, or the more energy with green certificates they're going to use, the lower these numbers will get. Even the budget for this project, digitalization project, was low, below 100,000 euros, and it took 6 months. And what we did now, setting up a digital twin of the whole portfolio with the renewables, like the wind, with like the wind turbines, the different inputs they needed, like gas, what you see here, their production of the heating, the steam, and also the electricity system. We set up an energy data management for the optimal scheduling of the power plants and the industry side. At the end, it brought 40,000 euros savings annually. So they could save 5% energy costs. You remember 100,000 euros was the project. So after 3 years, they already had their return on invest and now are have high revenues by this digitization project. The same what we did with BASF, you know them as well. It's the German site in Ludwigshafen, where they are dealing with over 200 production facilities. They produce 620,000 tons ethylene and 350,000 tons propylene. And they also have their own energy production portfolio. As you can see, it's quite big. They have a power consumption of 6.2 million megawatt hours per year. And again, they were able to calculate and optimize the sustainability indicators, and the energy saved by their own generation in 2018 was around 31.6 million megawatt hours. That prevented CO2 emissions in the range of 2.6 million tons. This was a longer project of course, with a higher budget, over 1 million euros, but it was worth it because in the first year, they already had the saving potential around 800,000 euros. What our software and digital solution did and still does is the short and long-term production planning and trading of the whole industrial asset portfolio, generation, possible flexibility in demand, electricity, and heat production. And it's fully integrated into their existing IT environment, even to the SCADA and DCS systems, meaning that they can not only optimize their production and consumption, it's directly controlled by our software. One last example, as we do not only talk about the industry, but also about the energy market itself. One example of the Vattenfall Germany portfolio. Vattenfall is one of the big 4 players in the German market. And the digital solution is dealing with 1.6 gigawatt thermal power plants, 2.6 gigawatt pumped storage plants, and around 600 megawatt wind. We talk about 2.3 thousand kilometers heating and electricity grid, and you also see the other numbers. Generally, 35% of this generation capacity is generated by renewables. Again, it was a longer project. The budget was above 1 million euro for this. And what we do with our solution here is the asset optimization in the short and long term for the Vattenfall portfolio in Germany. Taking into account the city of Berlin, Hamburg, the general generation Germany-wide, the gas turbines, the coal power plants, pumped storages, and so on. And it does a daily multi-scenario short-term production optimization, as well as the digital control and monitoring of the assets. And this brings fuel cost savings for the energy production in the range of 2 up to 7%. And this again means, if we talk about the size of such portfolio, that they already had 2 million euros savings in their fuel costs already in the first year. As I said, the project was over 1 million, but they already had savings because of the digital solutions for around 2 million euros. Again, it's highly automated business processes. It's a centralized software solution, and it's an online optimization of the whole control of the energy supply. Generally, what do digital solutions like ours can bring to the market? These are average numbers. You can have up to 7% in savings in fuel and operational costs for production and supply of the energy. You can have over 3% higher revenues. And here are just some numbers, potential or not potential, real numbers of savings in fuel costs: 2 million euros for municipal, 4.5 million euros for energy intensive industry, and again, chemical industrial site operators saving over 800,000 euros per year. If you want more information on this, you can find it in the internet. I think you will have the presentation later on. We have some links, even YouTube links. It's in Spanish or in English with Spanish subtitles, like best practice for smart grids, load forecasting and distributed generation at distribution level, what I can recommend, renewable energies forecasting and their influence on transmission grid and system stability, as well English presentation with Spanish subtitles, and some more information on our different solutions and what we can offer for software, consulting, and services or platform services. and this also very interesting price and demand forecasts in the Salvadorian electricity market. We have a demo system running for this, and yeah, just check out the YouTube video as well. We also have some market information fundamentals, but I think that's it for the moment, and I'm happy to have some questions now or later in the discussion. I don't know what the clock is saying for me, but later on, I think I'm happy or now to get in contact with you and answer your questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Richard. It was a very nice presentation. Just as Stefan from the University of Stuttgart has wrote me in the chat, it seems like your presentation fits perfectly to the one before. Yeah, well, we gave our best in setting up the program for all you participants. Yeah, Richard, as you said, we will actually come back a little bit later in the panel discussion to 1 or 2 points because, well, I gave you a little bit more time, but we are already a little bit ahead of our schedule. So so thanks for now, and we will come back to you in the panel discussion. Now I want to welcome Mrs. Juliane Hinsch from Deutsche CSP, which is a little bit harsh to say. Deutsche CSP, let's say it's the German Association for Concentrated Solar Power, and I think now everybody really gets what you are representing. And give me a second. Richard, could you please stop your screen sharing? So welcome, Juliane. Nice to have you here. So as I said before, you are representing a specific branch of the German renewable energy industry, and in this case, the concentrated solar power. And yeah, it of course can be used in industry cases as well. And I'm happy to hear some of your examples, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ferdinand, for the kind introduction, and buenos días a todos. Yeah, I will talk about concentrated solar power and also concentrated solar heat. Richard was talking about sector coupling and talking about transferring heat, electricity into heat. What we do with this technology, we generate heat and then we can transfer it into electricity. So it's a different way of sector coupling. Well, concentrated solar power is a technology that is well approved, that exists since quite some time, but it has been quite quiet around concentrated solar power. But why are we talking about it now is because it has some characteristics that are now that the energy transition is proceeding, and there are more fluctuating energies in the grid, or these characteristics give some more importance to the technology, and it has some potentials I will talk about to you now. Okay, so what is concentrated solar power? There are different techniques. Yeah,
Juliane, do you want to share your presentation, or?
Oh, you cannot see it? Oh, sorry.
No, we still cannot see anything.
Something.
I thought you were still in your introduction words.
No. I was. Just hang on a second.
Sorry.
Because
but good that we are talking about it right now.
Yeah. Okay, just because I lost somehow. Just 1 second. Okay.
I could put this.
Okay. Yeah. Now it works. It was because the other one was still keeping when I tried to. Okay. Can you see something now?
Yes, we can see it in full screen now. Please.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Okay, so here you can actually see different techniques of concentrated solar power. And what you can see on the left hand, you see probably the most photographed technique, the solar tower. Here you can see the recently inaugurated Cerro Dominador in Chile. The most installed technique is the parabolic trough in the middle. And then there's another technique, the Fresnel collectors. These are all the commercially applied techniques. They all have in common that they concentrate the solar light and they produce heat, as I said before. And then you can use the heat for example, for generating steam to then generate or make the turbines go and generate electricity. This is what concentrated solar power is known for. There are but different applications. Well, for electricity production, there is one characteristic that is getting now important is the ability to integrate storage, thermal storage, because you can easily and in an economic way store heat. It's easier to store than electricity. And this is now, getting more and more of an importance, as you all know. And thermal storage is, why is it cheaper? Because it uses materials that are simple. I mean, in the electricity production, usually there are malted salt applied, or the storages are made of malted salt, but there are different materials now, and they are developing different storages like ceramics, steel, and it's quite cheaper than a battery. At least if you have long duration on a large scale storage. But not only that makes the technology getting more of an importance, also because we are now beginning to talk more about decarbonizing the heat sector. Before, in recent years, it was only electricity, 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 but now the focus is shifting on the heat sector, and the concentrated solar power, or I should better say concentrated solar heat or concentrated solar thermal, as expert would say, can also use the heat for local district heating and also cooling. In a lot of your countries, this might be the application that is more important. But then also, and this now we are talking about industry, for the process heat. And with a parabolic trough, the technology that is mostly applied for that, you can get up to temperatures up to 430 degrees. And there are not a lot of technologies that can offer this range of heat. Well, I will talk about that later. And then now another topic that is now quite fashionable is the hydrogen production. And also here we can use the CSP for producing hydrogen, use the electricity, but there are also options for the future to use the high temperature electrolysis. And then you use part of the heat for making it go. And then you can also use the heat for further processing the hydrogen into derivatives or such as ammonia or methanol. Let's have a closer look at the advantages. Well, I won't talk about all of them, but what is now important is the dispatchability, dispatchable energy, and the name of my presentation is heat and electricity 24/7, and this is actually what CSP can offer all around the year in sunny countries, and that makes it of a great valuable. But then, I mean, if you talk about CSP, most people would say, well, but it's expensive, it's complicated. Let's have a closer look on the costs of CSP. In this slide, you can see the different renewables compared. And what is striking is a steep cost regression of PV. We all know that, but also concentrated solar power passed a steep regression, cost regression. The price is definitely not as low as PV, that's true, but there are two buts. The first but is there are only 6 gigawatts installed capacity worldwide now, whereas in PV, there are more than 700 gigawatts installed. So one can easily assume that there is still a cost regression to come, and there is a big potential of getting the costs lower. The second but is actually even more important because, I mean, what you can see here are the prices or the levelized cost of electricity in the moment when you actually can produce it, like PV. These are the costs of PV at daytime. These are the prices of wind when the wind is blowing. It doesn't consider the storage or to have it at night or if there's no wind. And this is what concentrated solar power offers, actually. It offers the 24/7 option. So actually, you shouldn't compare PV with concentrated solar power because these are two different products. You should rather compare the costs of CSP to the costs of fossils that offer the same 24/7 supply. And this is what you can see in the gray range. And what you can notice is, well, PV costs less. Now we know that, but CSP is within the range of fossil, and it is getting competitive with natural gas. So this is actually where it stands now. It offers same 24/7 electricity as natural gas or coal or something else. So what should we do? Shall we use PV or shall we use CSP? Why not have the best of both? And this is what you can find in hybrid power plants. And this is like the option that are now, just getting, more and more, like more countries are thinking about this option. You have, when the sun is shining, you use the low cost electricity from the PV power plant. And then after sunset, you can have the dispatchable solar power stored in the thermal storages of the CSP plants. So combining PV and CSP, you have low cost and dispatchability. And it is getting very competitive. And if you have a look at the price in Chile's auction of September, it was published, there was a CSP PV option with thermal storage for 12 hours that only cost or offered at a price of 3.99 US dollar cents per kilowatt hour. And this is very competitive. It didn't win the tender though, because storage was not considered, and then the PV was or won. But if you have a tender or if you want to have 24/7 electricity, this could be a price. I mean, in Chile, the Atacama Desert, the perfect conditions you find here, you might not have everywhere, but this could be the future. So this is one option of applying concentrated solar power. But as I said, there is another option, not using electricity, but heat. And this brings me to the next slide. We have an enormous global heat demand in the industry. And it sums up to the final energy consumption of heat in the industry sums up to the electricity, to the whole of the electricity consumed worldwide. And it is so far hardly decarbonized. It's all based on fossils. And so there lies a big potential because of climate change, but also to have prices or be independent of the fluctuating or ever rising prices of fossils. And what we can see, like most of the consumption, energy consumption in industry, 3/4 is heat, and the heat is needed in different temperature ranges. We have a low temperature heat, it's below 150 degrees, the medium up to 400 degrees, and then you have the high temperature, almost half of it, it's high temperature. I will have a closer look to the heat supply and using different solar technologies. We have the low temperature applications that you need in a lot of industries for drying, cleaning, boiling, washing, steaming, cooking. And up to 100 degrees, you can use a flat plate. Then you can up to 150. You can use the evacuated tubes. These are technologies, solar technologies that are known to use in industries. But then, the higher degrees, up to 400 or 430, you can apply the parabolic troughs or the Fresnel collectors. And actually, this picture is a few years old. Now they are actually working on offering a solar technology that offers higher degrees, more than 400. And I will now show you some examples of applications. We have here orange juice production in Cyprus, and the company used CPC, evacuated tubes collector, for the preheating of the water up to 95 degrees. And then we have here two ground-mounted parabolic troughs, and they produce steam up to 190 degrees for the pasteurization process. And this plant, actually, Cyprus is in a sunny place in the south of Europe, and there is a lot of sun, and this plant works 24/7 all year long, and you have dispatchable renewable solar energy for the industry. Another example shows that it is also useful to apply if you're not the perfect sunny conditions. We have Belgium in the Central Europe, and here we see two examples in chemical industries where the parabolic troughs generate heat and steam. Here, actually, we do not have the coverage all year, but it is a good contribution of the heat. And you can also join other sources of energy for the the missing link of the year. As I said, up till now, we have the parabolic trough that offers temperatures up to 430 degrees. And they are working on examples for higher temperatures. And I will show you one project that is under construction now. It is in Italy, and it is a pilot plant where they want to have the heat and power generation for pasta production. It's south of Italy, and there is a lot of heat. And here, the solar tower actually is the technique that is applied. And the solar power has a lot more concentration of the solar light, and it creates more, a lot more heat. And it goes up to 1,000 degrees. And this heat is stored in this storage made of ceramic particles. And this photo actually shows what I said before. The thermal storage is easy, simple. It's just these ceramic particles that are then in an insulated tank, and they are heated up. I mean, it's non-toxic, as you can see. You can touch it. There is no high tech in it, and you can well store it for a long period. And this is one example under construction, and there are other companies announcing that they want to install solar towers for steel production in California or in south sunny places in the States, and others are concentrated on the cement industry. So there will be also a future a possibility for the higher temperatures. And with this look in the future, I see Ferdinand is already in the frame, and I would like to close my presentation, and I'm open for any questions now or later, or if you want to hear my contacts, and you're welcome to get in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juliane. Also, thank you for getting my hint with the camera activation. No, thank you very much. It was a very nice presentation, and I think there are really some very good appliances which could easily be transferred to Latin America. But actually, I would like to come back to you in our panel discussion, as we are already a little bit ahead of our schedule. So thanks so much for now, Juliane, again, from German Association for Concentrated Solar Power. And I would like to invite our next speaker, which is coming from the mining industry in Peru. It's Daniel Escalante, and he's manager of the SAMMI Clúster Minero Andino in Peru. Hello, Daniel.
Hello, ¿me escuchan?
Yes, we can hear you.
Ok. Es posible hacer mi presentación en español, ¿no?
Yes, of course. Okay. I hope that you have selected the Spanish language here in Zoom for the translation, but you can speak in Spanish, of course, please.
Muchas gracias, Ferdinand. Voy a pasar a compartir mi pantalla, si es posible. A ver. Perdón, a ver si me escuchan. A ver. Ustedes me avisan cuando se vea.
So go to the full screen now.
A ver, un segundito. Ok.
Yeah, perfect. Please, done.
Listo. El tema que me toca tratar, y a ver, voy a apagar mi pantalla en realidad porque tengo muy poco internet, pero bueno, lo que me ha tocado tocar en este foro es las ventajas competitivas a través de la sostenibilidad en la industria minera. Bueno, SAMMI es una iniciativa que es impulsada por el Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina, CAF, y por la Cámara de Comercio e Industria de Arequipa. Y tenemos nosotros 4 mineras socias. Las 4 mineras tienen operaciones en el sur de Perú. Una es Hatbay, la otra es Anglo American con su proyecto Quellaveco. Sauder Perú, que tiene 2 operaciones en Moquegua y Tacna. Y finalmente Cerro Verde con sus operaciones acá en Arequipa. SAMMI tiene el propósito de promover una nueva minería, una minería que sea innovadora, inclusiva, sostenible, que impulse el desarrollo de Perú. Y bueno, la visión en todo caso, perdón, es convertir esta minería peruana en orgullo nacional, que sea referente mundial, y que se desarrolle en armonía con las comunidades y el medio ambiente. Esta es nuestra hoja de ruta. En realidad nosotros tenemos 5 ejes estratégicos. El primero es de gobernanza, donde normalmente buscamos alianzas locales e internacionales. Sería interesante tener una alianza también con, con las instituciones que nos puedan ver. Tenemos el segundo eje, que es el de innovación, en el cual la actividad principal es la de buscar misiones tecnológicas. Esperamos en este año realizar 2 misiones, una a Alemania y otra a Suecia. El siguiente eje es el de competitividad, donde se agrupan la mayoría de estudios que realizamos. Hace muy poco hicimos el lanzamiento del primer estudio de caracterización de proveedores mineros. Es un estudio que marca, digamos, el punto de partida o la línea base que se debe tener acerca de los proveedores mineros en Perú. El siguiente eje es el de aceleración de proveedores, donde se concentran la mayor cantidad de programas. Acá está el programa de innovación abierta, que en realidad es una actividad transversal a los ejes. Y finalmente el eje de sostenibilidad, donde, como le comentaba Ferdinand en la reunión pasada, nosotros estamos trabajando un roadmap de implementación de hidrógeno verde, binacional Perú-Chile. Sé que en la mañana, bueno, más temprano tocaron el tema de hidrógeno verde, pero dentro de este eje de sostenibilidad también tenemos esa actividad. Y en lo que sí quisiera enfocarme y tomar los minutos que restan de la presentación, es justamente hablar de estos desafíos de minería verde que están dentro de este eje de sostenibilidad. Y para ello sí tengo que comentarles sobre cómo funciona nuestro programa de innovación abierta. En realidad el programa se lanzó en 2019, se lanzó en Perumín, participaron 3 mineras socias y lanzamos 8 desafíos, que son los que ustedes pueden ver ahí, y también pueden revisarlos en la página web de SAMMI. Y hacia 2020, por el tema del COVID y todo ello, solo se pudieron lanzar 4 desafíos y solo participaron 2 mineras socias. Y bueno, estos son un poco los antecedentes que tenemos del programa. ¿Y cómo es que funciona este programa? Bueno, básicamente nosotros identificamos los grandes desafíos de las operaciones mineras, colocamos los desafíos a disposición de los proveedores de base tecnológica y seleccionamos las soluciones innovadoras a partir de las propuestas de los proveedores. Esto en conjunto con el funcionario minero que es dueño, digamos, del desafío que propone. Y un poco el resumen de este programa: a la fecha lleva 19 desafíos, más de 100 proveedores han participado y hemos recibido más de 130 soluciones. El cuadro, como pueden ver ustedes en la parte inferior, pueden ver que también hemos tenido una importante participación de proveedores internacionales. Esperamos que se sumen proveedores también de otros países. La mayor preponderancia en todo caso hasta el momento viene siendo de Chile y después de Australia, ¿no? También hemos tenido algunas participaciones, esperamos en todo caso algunas participaciones para los siguientes desafíos de lo que vendrían siendo de repente algún proveedor de Alemania. Voy a tocar los desafíos en todo caso que presentan estas soluciones sustentables o desafíos de minería verde. Este es el primero, este es un desafío del 2019. Y lo que buscaba la mina era una medición del consumo de combustible en camiones de acarreo, justamente para cortar este consumo de combustible. Bueno, el desafío, ustedes, como les digo, lo pueden ver en la página web de SAMMI, pero está caracterizado de la siguiente manera, ¿no? Es determinar un poco el envío de combustible con temperatura y caudal variable, y la solución propuesta por este proveedor E2 Innovation, la dividió en 3 etapas. La primera es una etapa de recolección de datos, pasar después a un desarrollo de modelos de predicción y finalmente a un desarrollo de herramientas que es de analítica o de inteligencia artificial para determinar en todo caso y reducir el tema del consumo de combustible. Estos son los usuarios de la mina y el estatus actual del desafío está en la implementación de esta prueba piloto en uno de los camiones para luego ser replicada en los 19 camiones que tiene esta unidad minera. Si bien es cierto, en este punto también es importante destacar que puede ser también una solución el tema del cambio en la matriz energética. El desafío en este caso se enfocó justamente en reducir primero el consumo de combustible para pasar de repente después a un cambio de matriz energética. Bueno, este es otro desafío que tiene que ver con el tema de Machine Learning, pero este es para el monitoreo de activos mineros. En este sí me voy a detener un poco, que es el siguiente, que es el manejo y disposición de neumáticos usados de camiones mineros. Y es un desafío que tiene que ver con la sostenibilidad, porque la solución de este desafío aplica o está enfocado en una economía circular. La unidad minera planteó este desafío teniendo aproximadamente 2.200 neumáticos radiales, que a la fecha ya están llegando a los 2.400, neumáticos convencionales que son 300, y la generación promedio es de 15 neumáticos al mes. El rango de peso de estos neumáticos es de 1.3 a 5.3 toneladas. El desafío partió desde Sauder, pero es un desafío que también involucra a las mineras de la zona sur de Perú, como pueden ver en el gráfico. Una de las soluciones propuestas por este proveedor justamente es instalar una planta en Arequipa para poder tratar o convertir todos los neumáticos usados poder reducirlos en todo caso y para luego poder comercializar este subproducto que saldría del proceso digamos, de trituración, de corte y trituración de los neumáticos. Los modelos de negocio sí son diferentes entre los dos proveedores que presentaron esta solución. En realidad, el del proveedor SERF considera, como les comentaba, un panorama más hacia la macro región sur, mientras que Clima, que es el segundo proveedor, plantea más bien un modelo de negocio con una inversión dependiendo solo de la unidad minera, ¿no? Entonces, por ahí un poco que las soluciones son diferentes, pero en cuanto solo al modelo de negocio, porque ambas sí tenían la premisa de la economía circular. Este desafío también puede involucrar a neumáticos convencionales de la zona, no solo de la operación minera, y por eso sí nos parece un desafío de verdad interesante e importante si es que llega a desarrollarse en el largo plazo. Esto considerando de que esta planta instalada en Arequipa podría servir para todas las unidades mineras de la región. Otro de los desafíos importantes que tienen que ver con el tema de sostenibilidad es justamente reemplazar el reactivo depresor de cobre, que es el NASH, en la planta de molibdeno. Y bueno, se entiende porque este reactivo tiene una contaminación bastante alta. Se utiliza en realidad en los procesos de flotación colectiva y selectiva. Y el desafío era justamente de este concentrado colectivo del cobre y molibdeno, obtener un concentrado de molibdeno de calidad de exportación. El proceso tiene una etapa de explotación primaria y 8 etapas de limpieza, ¿no? La recuperación es del 94% justamente utilizando este reactivo en celdas mecánicas de flotación y celdas columna. Y bueno, las soluciones propuestas por ambos proveedores, que son los que ustedes ven, son proveedores nacionales, proveedores de Perú. Ambos han presentado soluciones de propuestas de reactivos alternativos. En el caso de Renasa, sí tienen los dos reactivos comprobados que son menos contaminantes que el NASH, pero sí tienen el tema de que se utilizan en una mayor cantidad, en un mayor volumen en los temas de flotación. Por ahí de repente que la solución no es tan efectiva, digamos, como lo quisiera Sauder. Y el segundo, que es una solución de un proveedor de Resco, que también presenta 2 propuestas de reactivos. El primero que es propiedad de ellos y el segundo que sí tiene un volumen mucho menor al del NASH, y es el BK511, pero este es propiedad de un instituto minero metalúrgico en Beijing, y estamos haciendo en este momento algunos procedimientos para poder tener y poder realizar estas pruebas piloto que necesita Sauder y poder dejar de contaminar, en todo caso con un reactivo depresor que es muy utilizado en realidad en la industria minera. Los siguientes desafíos sí tienen que ver, fueron lanzados este año, tienen que ver con el tema de sostenibilidad, porque sí lo que se busca en estos es un tema de valor compartido. Y les explico un poco porque los 3 siguientes desafíos tienen que ver con unas mejoras para las comunidades y en las zonas de influencia de las unidades mineras. Pero no es un desafío que busque en todo caso la unidad minera solventar al 100%, sino más bien buscamos que las soluciones de estos desafíos sean sustentables en el tiempo y sean sostenibles por las mismas unidades mineras. Este es el primer caso, el desafío es presentar un modelo de negocio para la conectividad de comunidades rurales. Esto sucede en las comunidades del entorno del proyecto Chancas, que está en el norte de Perú, y lo que se busca es un modelo sostenible y que el modelo de negocio se pueda integrar a una conectividad futura, en todo caso cuando la conectividad llegue a estas zonas que son bien alejadas de las ciudades, ¿no? Entonces, este es el primer desafío. La selección del proveedor está ya muy cerca, en realidad va a suceder en enero del próximo año, pero ya tenemos varios proveedores preseleccionados. El siguiente desafío también de este proyecto Los Chancas sucede en las comunidades aledañas. Acá lo que se busca es un tema de inclusión laboral a partir de la educación básica para adultos. Normalmente los proyectos tienen un cierto nivel de educación en las comunidades aledañas que les permite, en todo caso, a las mineras dar trabajo. Pero en el caso de los Chancas, el nivel de educación está muy por debajo del promedio. Entonces, el desafío consistía en que el proveedor pueda dar una solución que les permita a todos los pobladores de la zona acceder a esta educación básica para posteriormente ser incluidos de manera laboral en el proyecto. Este último desafío ya es más hacia el sur, también es de Sauder, y lo que busca es encontrar un método sostenible para el tratamiento de agua. Y esto sucede que en las comunidades aledañas a los proyectos en Moquegua, el agua que tiene la población es un agua contaminada, que tiene un alto índice en boro y otro material, que lo que busca es, en primer lugar, encontrar una solución que la misma comunidad pueda disponer, pueda en todo caso solventar. Si bien es cierto, la inversión inicial sí es de parte de la mina, pero en el tiempo debe ser sostenible por la población. La cantidad de pobladores en las comunidades van en el orden de 2.000 pobladores, y y en realidad el caudal de agua a tratar es muy bajo en realidad. Entonces, este es el último desafío en todo caso que hemos lanzado este año, que buscan justamente tener estos métodos sostenibles para el tratamiento de agua. Eso sería todo. Yo he tratado de presentar los desafíos que tienen que ver con estos temas de sostenibilidad y que les generan una ventaja competitiva en realidad a toda la industria minera en Perú. Muchas gracias, Ferdinand.
Thank you very much, Daniel. It was a very interesting presentation for us to see what's really going on in the industry in one of those representative clusters, to say, for Latin America. Of course, I think there are some differences in the view of how each country or how each community sees the points of sustainability. I mean, we in Germany, we usually more focus on the whole energy and resources usage. But of course, as you have shown, it's very important to also include education, and maybe even education for young people, but also for older people, to include them into markets and to create new employment opportunities. So thank you very much for now, Daniel, and I would like to ask you to stay inside our panel so that we can go on to our joint discussion afterwards. So now I want to welcome our last. Thank you. Now I want to welcome our last expert and speaker for our today's conference. It's actually also our highest level speaker, so I'm very glad that you had the opportunity to join us here. It's Mr. Enrique Egloff. He is the president from the Latin America Association of Industrialists. Mr. Egloff, please.
Can you please put the video, please? I can't.
Yeah, sure, of course. So, hello.
Thank you very much. Good morning and good afternoon. I have to say hello because we are participating with people from different regions of the world. So I'm delighted to be here. Voy a pasar al español,
claro,
para poder compartir la presentación en este momento y las palabras que voy a decir. Un saludo especial a todos los participantes y a los expositores de la ExpoVirtual GreenTech América Latina 2021. Y un agradecimiento especial a Ferdinand Elsäßer por la invitación a ILA, la Asociación de Industriales Latinoamericanos, a esta importante conferencia en representación de los industriales de la región. En el contexto regional, el BID en su estudio Eficiencia Energética en América Latina y el Caribe, ¿por qué importa?, de Urteaga y Halak 2021, señala que en la América Latina se espera que la demanda de servicios energéticos se duplique para el año 2040, lo que significa pasar de una tasa de crecimiento anual del 2.7% al 3.6%. Para estas próximas 2 décadas, la expectativa es de un cambio en la matriz energética, llegando a ser la más variada de la historia, con la energía hídrica y el gas natural aún a la cabeza, con porcentajes dentro de la matriz energética del 45% y el 23% respectivamente, pero con una creciente participación de las energías renovables no convencionales, pasando del 2% en el 2014 al 11% en el año 2040, y una disminución en la participación del fuel óleo, búnker y el carbón. Para satisfacer la demanda prevista, el estudio señala que la región latinoamericana necesita agregar 408 gigawatts de nueva capacidad en las próximas 2 décadas, 138 gigawatts provenientes de combustibles fósiles y 270 gigawatts de fuentes renovables. La inversión en la nueva capacidad de generación podría promediar anualmente 24.000 millones de dólares estadounidenses hasta el año 2040. Sin embargo, para ese año se estima que aproximadamente 163 gigawatts de la capacidad instalada alcanzarán su vida útil, la mayoría de los cuales se distribuyen entre el Cono Sur y los países de la América Central. El costo de reemplazo de esta capacidad se estima en 170.000 millones de dólares estadounidenses. Este escenario plantea un serio reto para la región y una oportunidad para los programas de eficiencia energética, ya que mediante acciones de las empresas de servicios públicos en estos programas, la International Energy Agency proyecta una mejora anual del 2% al 2.6% en la tasa de reducción de la intensidad energética para el año 2030. Si aplicamos esas tendencias a la región, al 2030 se habrá ahorrado la demanda de electricidad en una cifra similar a la que tendría Brasil para ese año, sea de 750 terawatts hora aproximadamente. Algunos logros de la eficiencia energética importantes de señalar. En el estudio de Urteaga-Halack 2021 para el BID también se señala que la implementación de acciones de eficiencia energética ha permitido el desacoplamiento del crecimiento económico con respecto al del consumo de energía. Es decir, el Producto Interno Bruto crece a un ritmo superior al que crece el consumo energético. Las acciones implementadas a nivel mundial propiciaron que el crecimiento del consumo de energía entre el 2000 y el 2017 fuera un 12% menor al proyectado. Esto implica que las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, GEI, en el 2017 alcanzaron 33 gigatoneladas de CO2. Esto es un 13.2% menos que los 38 gigatoneladas de CO2 que se hubiera alcanzado sin acciones producto de la gestión en eficiencia energética. No obstante, aún existe un gran potencial de implementar medidas en ese campo, en el campo de la eficiencia energética, por supuesto. Al considerar la intensidad energética como el indicador más común para medir la eficiencia energética en el periodo 2010 al 2017, disminuyó a una tasa media anual del 2.1% a nivel mundial. América Latina y el Caribe fue la región en la que se registró la menor reducción, con un 0.9%, por debajo del observado en la región de la África subsahariana, que fue de 1.7%. Se espera que la tasa mundial de mejora de la eficiencia energética avance hasta duplicarse para el año 2030. Para la región existen muchas posibilidades. Por ejemplo, el crecimiento en el uso de vehículos eléctricos es menor con respecto al que se muestra a nivel mundial y aún queda mucho espacio para que las empresas industriales eléctrico-intensivas implementen prácticas que propicien la eficiencia energética y la competitividad, así como en el uso de equipos eficientes y buenas prácticas en los hogares que propicien menor consumo y una intensidad energética menor. El desarrollo de la inteligencia artificial brinda una oportunidad importante para mejorar la eficiencia energética de los sistemas eléctricos, al permitir administrar la demanda y reducir la capacidad instalada ociosa. En ese sentido, me gustaría reflexionar sobre la eficiencia energética como una herramienta para la competitividad. Debe considerarse esta como un medio que permite incrementar la productividad y la competitividad de los sectores productivos. No solo permite que las empresas sean más rentables, sino que se reducen las inversiones necesarias para generar la energía que se requiere en el sistema eléctrico de cada país, con lo que se brinda un alivio a las crecientes tarifas que deben pagar los consumidores. Cito particularmente el caso de Costa Rica, en donde tenemos un ejemplo del impulso que se le puede brindar a la competitividad mediante programas de gestión eficiente de la energía. Con una amplia gestión de la Cámara de Industrias de Costa Rica, que también me honro en presidir, la autoridad reguladora estableció una tarifa de electricidad diferenciada y más competitiva para clientes que se certifiquen bajo la norma ISO 50001, comillas, Sistema de Gestión de Energía, cierro comillas, que incluye un sistema de gestión que le permite a las empresas lograr una reducción significativa de los costos operativos. El efecto positivo para la competitividad de la empresa es doble, tanto por la reducción en el consumo energético como por la menor tarifa a la que tiene acceso para la producción. Adicionalmente, en la Cámara de Industrias de Costa Rica, ejecutamos programas apoyados por la GIZ en los que se brinda capacitación a las empresas tanto en buenas prácticas como en la implementación de la autogeneración con energías renovables para autoconsumo. Desde el año 2012 a la fecha, se han realizado 10 ediciones con más de 200 empresas participantes con trabajo práctico y efectos positivos en las compañías. Este programa se ha replicado en Centroamérica a través de la Federación de Cámaras de Industrias de Centroamérica, FECAICA, de la cual también somos miembros. Para los hogares, existen también muchos espacios de mejora para reducir el consumo de energía y por ende lograr una reducción en los montos de las facturas que se pagan por el servicio eléctrico. De hecho, el sector residencial tiene una participación en el consumo total de energía eléctrica que alcanzó en la región de la América Latina y el Caribe del 29% en el 2018, con una tasa media de crecimiento anual que en el periodo 2010-2018 ascendió a un 2.2%. Esta es una tasa mayor al crecimiento del consumo de todos los sectores, definido en un 1.98%. Principal destino de la energía eléctrica consumida por los hogares es la refrigeración de alimentos, seguida por la iluminación y en tercer lugar el acondicionamiento ambiental. En total, se estima que en esos tres usos se consume el 75% de la electricidad en las viviendas de los países de la región. Por ello, las oportunidades de ahorro de energía eléctrica se localizan en el reemplazo de refrigeradores y equipos de aire acondicionado antiguos con más de 10 años de haber sido fabricados por equipos de alta eficiencia energética. Los ahorros por la sustitución de estos equipos electrodomésticos pueden alcanzar hasta un 40% en el consumo de cada uno de los equipos. Algunas consideraciones finales. Las medidas de eficiencia energética en cuanto al suministro de energía comprenden tanto la reducción de pérdidas como la adaptación de tecnologías de generación más efectivas. Por ejemplo, el ciclo combinado o calderas supercríticas. Estas herramientas de eficiencia requieren insumos de capital intensivo e incentivos regulatorios que no deben demorar en ser intensificados. La región latinoamericana y el mundo deben aprovechar la revolución tecnológica que vivimos para dar un impulso a la eficiencia y solucionar los problemas principales y retos ante los que estamos enfrentados, sean el cambio climático y la crisis económica. De cara a estos retos, la eficiencia energética se coloca hoy como un asunto de la mayor importancia, no solo en términos de ahorro, sino también para fomentar la competitividad empresarial. En este punto es sano y conveniente señalar algunas oportunidades. Incrementar la eficiencia en el uso de las materias primas y el reciclaje. Introducción de tecnologías de alta eficiencia energética en la industria del cemento, del acero, química, de pulpa y papel y de refinación de petróleo. Incrementar la aplicación de los sistemas de cogeneración en la industria. Introducción del ciclo combinado con turbinas de gas y turbinas de vapor para la generación de electricidad, así como propiciar el acceso a energías alternativas como el gas natural. Introducción de equipos de alta eficiencia en el sector comercial y empresarial. Cambio a modos de transporte de menor consumo de energía. Mejoras en la tecnología y la infraestructura del transporte. Mejoras en los sistemas de riego y cultivos en la agricultura. Mejoras en los sistemas de refrigeración y climatización industrial y desarrollo de sistemas eléctricos inteligentes. A nivel de las organizaciones del sector privado, como la Asociación de Industriales Latinoamericanos, AILA, que me honro en presidir, podemos y debemos propiciar y promover tanto el establecimiento de políticas públicas que apoyen la eficiencia energética, así como la divulgación e implementación de buenas prácticas en las empresas. En AILA, como mencionaba anteriormente, con las organizaciones que conforman nuestra asociación, estamos en la mayor disposición, no solamente de ayudar, sino tenemos la responsabilidad de hacerlo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Egloff. Very fruitful insight, of course. So I thank you again, and I would like to ask all of our remaining panelists to join again with your audio and video camera. Unfortunately, Daniel Escalante from SAMMI Peru already had to leave us due to probably his next meetings. You know, everybody is in the virtual world, actually quite double or triple in events at the same day. So thank you very much, you three, for joining me here. So I have set up this topic for the panel discussion, and we can see if we can find some answers for it. Actually, the question was, how can companies in Latin America profit from European experiences in energy efficiency? Mr. Egloff, you have just said that there are big investments necessary for the industries, like for the cement, for steel, for pulp and paper industries. Could those companies afford such investments in the current economic situation?
Yes, definitely. I think it is extremely important, and if I may say so in Spanish also, no solamente es importante por la reducción de los costos que permiten contar con recursos para poder hacer esa transición, para hacer esas inversiones que se requieren para ser más eficientes. Es absolutamente indispensable y forma parte de la continuidad y el funcionamiento de las empresas. Entonces, esa gestión tiene que desarrollarse como parte importante de su actividad productiva.
Thank you very much. Richard, we have seen in some of your examples in your presentations how companies here in Europe could gain revenues up to, I don't know, up to €1 million for an investment of €100,000. Could this easily be transferred to Latin America, or what do you think?
Yes, because most of the fuel savings, if we talk about efficiency, are not related, for example, to an electricity market. So we already are able to have gains by reducing the needed fuel, to see where are inefficiencies in the production process, and where, for example, do you have so-called flexibility, like you do not need to produce everything in time if you have different storages, not only for steam or your own electricity, but also for the different liquids, or also different goods of where you have mixtures of chemicals, for example. And this means that for example, when you're connected to a grid, that you can shortly shut down the energy you get from the grid and work with the flexibility you have in your system. And we also detect things like there are machines running overnight who are not needed, or production processes who are not needed for the actual supply of the system. So yes, fuel savings can be just transferred to any company worldwide. It's got nothing to do with the market surrounding.
All right, thank you very much. And Juliane, you have talked about your, well, of course, you are representing, let's say, a special technology, the concentrated solar power, especially as you have stated, the solar thermal heat. And you have talked about those, the temperature ranges, and that it can be stored quite easily. So do you also see, like, let's talk about projects. Are they still like in a research phase right now here in Europe, or are they already spread all over the world in economically viable realizations?
Well, the project, the process heat up till temperatures to 430 degrees, they are installed. The pictures I showed are just a few examples. Obviously, there are not heaps and heaps of projects, but there are around the world. Also in Mexico, I think there are a lot of examples, also with parabolic troughs, but also with flat panels. So there are projects around the world, but they are still single projects. And but you can find them. The development phase is the high temperature. That is still under development, and we will see hopefully soon what it will come out. Yeah.
And which temperatures, or which is the maximum temperature which you could generate through solar thermal energy?
Yeah, well, as I said, the heat used as heat proven is now the 430 degrees with a parabolic trough, and this is limited to the thermal oil as a receiver. And but they are working on different materials, so also there we can produce higher temperatures, maybe 500 and something. But then if you use the solar tower, you have a completely different range of temperatures. And well, they get the high temperatures as used in the cases of electricity production, but so far they are not applied in industry for using actually the heat. But then, I mean, the Barilla or the pasta example showed they want to have temperatures of 1,000 degrees. I know companies that are planning to produce or have a solar tower for the cement or the steel industry, and here we are talking about 1,500 degrees, something like that.
All right, thank you. And one more question to you, Juliane, because we had Daniel Escalante from the mining cluster here. Could you already see or identify some projects with CSP in the mining industry?
Well, the mining industry would be a good example where you can apply. I'm actually not that familiar whether there are already examples, but yeah, usually you have space around and you need high temperatures, so it would be a good application actually. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Juliane. And I would like to come back to you, Mr. Egloff. You represent the private sector of Latin America, of the industries in Latin America. What is your point of view, thriving for decarbonization and for sustainability? Is it an issue from the companies itself? Is it more that you as an association or like other associations would push those companies, or would it even be the governments in the countries in Latin America who push their companies towards more sustainability and energy efficiency?
Both private sector and government. Yo creo que aquí es importante señalar que todos debemos de ir hacia la descarbonización. En alguna medida tenemos algunas diferencias con algunos de nuestros gobiernos, porque, a ver, nosotros no podemos avanzar en la descarbonización si no protegemos la inversión y el empleo. Entonces tiene que haber un adecuado balance de manera tal que podamos ir a esa transición en el uso de los combustibles, particularmente, de manera tal que podamos simultáneamente, mediante un esfuerzo de competitividad, generar más inversión y más empleo. Uno de los graves problemas que enfrentamos en América Latina tiene que ver con los altos niveles de desempleo y los altísimos niveles de informalidad también. Entonces, si nosotros no avanzamos entendiendo que estamos compitiendo en el mundo y con el mundo, tenemos que tomar medidas e implementar políticas públicas, pero tendientes a ir de la mano de la competitividad y la generación de empleo. Entonces, sí, tenemos que ir a combustibles alternativos, tenemos que ir a una transición en donde, por supuesto, combustibles que todavía hoy tienen una enorme vigencia, como el gas natural, particularmente, son combustibles menos contaminantes que los fósiles, los combustibles fósiles, los combustibles derivados del petróleo, y tenemos que ir avanzando en esa dirección, pero no lesionando el empleo.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Egloff. Just give me a second. I have to look if I have any more questions noted, or have you got any more points that you want to speak about? Richard, Juliane, señor Egloff.
Yo quisiera concluir mi intervención porque sí debo ir a otra actividad, pero no sin antes agradecerles y por supuesto estamos a las órdenes para colaborar en lo que podamos con este importante foro y en el futuro. Tenemos una responsabilidad como organización que representa a los industriales de ir evolucionando hacia una descarbonización, pero también a lo que nuestros ciudadanos en el continente latinoamericano desean, oportunidades de empleo para satisfacer sus necesidades y las necesidades de sus familias.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Egloff. I also we could also come to an end here because we are also already a little bit over time. But I just wanted to say that yes, Latin America and Europe, we could be good partners. We are always in competition to each other, but on the other hand, to the United States, Saudi Arabia, China, and Asia as well. So Europe and Latin America could actually form quite a strong partnership for energy topics, for trade topics, to get more economical independent as well, and to have a more open and inclusive economy actually for everybody participating. Yes. So we will, of course, get back to you, Mr. Egloff. And so thank you, all of you three, very much for your presentations right now and for your valuable input. We would like to spread your presentations or your contact data as well, if it's fine for you. So in this case, please send me your presentations if you didn't, if you haven't done it before. And well, so much for you three. Thank you very much for your participation for today. And saludos cordiales a Latinoamérica.
Pura vida. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and bye-bye.
Take care.
Adios.
Thank you. Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, we are now, as I said, we have already come to an end. Not in general, but just for today, we will keep you updated with more information, presentations, and knowledge exchange from Germany and from Latin America in the upcoming days. I want to thank again our sponsors and premium partners. It's the Carbonauten, the company High Volt, and Parkstrom. You will actually see the presentation from Carbonauten already tomorrow, and I would really recommend that you log in again, because this will be really interesting. Their slogan is minus CO2, so how to produce carbons which actually give you a negative CO2 statistic in general. And well, maybe some more words about our session tomorrow. We will start again at 4 o'clock in the afternoon German time. So please again look up what's 4 o'clock German time in Latin America. And we will start with a panel about GreenTech solutions in public and in commercial buildings. So we will get to know some ideas and concepts on sustainable buildings, but also some technologies about which you could use actually in energy efficient buildings, in hotels, in the gastronomy, or of course in any other industrial or commercial or public building. And our second session tomorrow in the afternoon will have a strong focus on the topic of geothermal energy. It will be supported by the GIZ from the SICA countries in Central America. And I'm looking forward to both of those sessions because they will be very interesting. And again, you can register here at our trade fair for free, and that would actually be the easiest way to receive all of the presentations that you have seen here today, because then you would be on our list and would immediately get all the presentations and contact data as far as the conference ends on Thursday, respective on Friday. And so yeah, that's it for now. I thank you all very much for your participation today. I hope we could give you some valuable information, and we will see us tomorrow at 4 o'clock. So thank you and goodbye.